Starting coming at you. 190 expanded beta testing again. Today we are here with Chupan. Now Chupan, some may call him a madman, but that is because they do not understand the words of Commander Lu. Now Commander Lu appears to be a parrot to the uninitiated, but he is actually a fine strategist indeed. So the faction resource is called Sanity, and it, you get positive events or negative events as it goes. We're going to see how it goes. What do we get when we start? We get a Heavenly Sword, a Confucian Sage, and a Wooden Fish. Now, that Sage might be pretty nice, right? Because we'll just... we'll have a Sage on one shoulder and Commander Lu on the other shoulder, and they will let us know what's going on. This will give us some satisfaction, which... it doesn't seem like it's a problem yet, but it was about to be read somewhere. Alright, so we just need to do this battle. This is the first time I've played with the unit and hero overhaul on, so we'll see how it goes. First thing that jumped out at me is this melee bonus for infantry of 30 on the Mounted Saber Militia. So we'll see how that goes. Also, though, the Saber Militia stats do seem higher as well. We'll see. I remember when we've got like incidentally, we've got like the beautiful Nanman sort of background colors for the UI, top tier stuff. But if we have a great sword, he is a legendary commander, so let's just give a great sword. It's not a great sword, it's a good sword. If Li Jue had this, he would give melee evasion to his own army. We're going to go ahead and... do we need AP here? Just give this to... yeah, why don't we just let her get a punchy sword? Aha! Alright, so Wisdom of the River is changed. There's a lot of changes. We'll see them as they go, but... I think it's probably just the skills and the power and stuff. But we'll see. Now, the thing this faction has above all other things is Li Jue, whose name I'm probably saying wrong. She has the White Tempest, which is the best elephant in the game. Now, she is, and I'm sorry to say this to her, she is not the best elephant rider in the game. She's actually not that close to the best elephant rider in the game, in my opinion, but she does have the best elephant in the game. There's one other elephant exactly equivalent to hers, but anyway, let's get going. He's got the old Commander Lu upon his shoulder. It's a very small bird. Not at all parrot-sized. Well, I don't know if that's true. There's probably small parrots. I just assume a parrot will be larger. Oh, right. We've got to make our way in here. Well, we have Flaming Shot, so that's all right. We'll shoot. Yeah, three times a year. Alright, so this is a place where actually they get pretty good coverage on a lot of the sides, right? Yeah, look at that. We're gonna be in for it. So there's no good way to besiege this place, right? What an awesome place. How good. What a great place for us to begin. So we'll do what we always do when we get nervous, which is just charge in and maybe get a game over, because I don't know what else to do. You know, we, I guess we just, we'll do the old block. Oh, this, everything's been changed. So now this gives you ranged resistance and unbreakable. In addition to the ranged block chance, you get the resistance in case you can't block it or you're running away from behind, I guess. So that's cool. And Wisdom of the River lowers their damage by 50% and their melee charge bonus by 50% and their armor by 100. But it no longer tanks their evasion. We're gonna run around this way to pincer them there. No, this way is better. Alright, there we go. Yeah, she is hardly providing any capture weight there, right? Probably by design. It might be like model count, right? We're just gonna run the commander over here. You know, now we're, and one of these guys can go to regular arrows. Okay, so now the G infantry captain the G militia have very decent, oh, and 30 bonus first cavalry now. All right, yeah, so the units are, oh no, that's right, he's crazy. You know, now we'll see what happens when we play the mod the way it's supposed to be, right? Because this was in the list. I guess I just didn't get it because I was like, I'm already overhauling enough. I don't want to get overwhelmed with the overhauling, but there we go. It's amazing how it played totally perfectly without the overhaul. But I imagine once I get used to it, I'll be all for it. It seems sort of reminiscent of what's called a SFO Grimhammer in Warhammer, where we, you know, you just get a whole bunch of really awesome units that fit their own style better. Because, I mean, who among us has not felt like, man, G militia just aren't really even that good at hitting cavalry? But, you know, with the sick 30 bonus first large, but the saber, yeah, they don't do so good here. Goodness gracious, please stop running. Yeah, you know, I think we're going to lose this because Chupan, I didn't appreciate how bad it would be for him to just, like, not be able to do what I wanted. Yeah, we might be losing this on the first thing. Good thing we played on normal, right? Yeah, the infantry is straight running now. That is very bad. Yep. Might just be losing the game. No, they turned their backs. Okay. And he's just like freaking out, doing nothing. Man, what a time. Alright, we have got to get him out of the field. We have got to get him out of the field. It's not, oh, and we shatter over there. Jeez Louise, what a time. Maybe I should have played on easy, right? Super rough. Might, you know, we might have to turn off the game overhaul, the battle overhaul, if we want to test anything about how the game is. Because this is sure not working out. Yikes. I can't imagine what this would be like for a player who hadn't played the game at all. I guess impossible. Because I even have a concept of how I'm supposed to play. I'm not just a bare concept of it. And this is like, man, if we didn't almost get game over here. I mean, sure, this is like a minor faction, but I bet I could get game overed on any major faction. This is wild. I'm so bad. I'm so bad at this game. I think we're eating shots from that tower the whole time. That would make sense. And these guys, yeah, they're just gonna run, and Chupan's like doing his thing. Yeah, what a time to be alive. Yeah, I probably shouldn't play with this overhaul. It took me 600 hours to be as bad at the game as I am. Well, hopefully we never need to do another fight, right? Because, yeah, we'll probably... I'm not even just being, like, sour about it. Like, you know, I'm supposed to be looking at this and seeing how it works. I literally can't... I can't see how anything works if I can't get past the first battle. And this is not like, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, we'll just do something different. I don't see how we can, I don't see how we can do this. Because we're so normal, like, how would anybody do this? How is anybody good enough at the game to play with this mod? So the thing with Flaming Shot is all you do is lose a little bit of armor piercing. Yeah, so you just do the one thing, and yeah, he'll probably die here, but you know, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, I feel like this is a game I should play with nobody watching. So I can scream. Like, what's even going on here? What world is this? Well, G Militia are pretty good now. And, yeah. And apparently it takes archers, like, I don't know, like 1,000 years to get damage on them. I mean, to be fair, these are archer militia, the worst kind of militia. And if these guys even get charged, they'll run. We're just gonna finish these dudes up. But, I mean, I probably shouldn't have done that, right? Because, yeah, because now they're probably going to break off now, but maybe it'll work. No, it worked. Alright, yeah. For a brave final charge, we get there with, you know, 4 morale. Alright, well, that is the hardest fought battle I've ever done. Absolutely ridiculous.
我军如有天助，气焰大盛。
lose sanity.
还是有些用处的。心有所欲，因而导之。
Alright, so we've got unique assignment, which is consult Commander Lu, which gives us some faction-wide madness. Alright, well, let's just get this dude doing that, because we already have a strategist in the army. And then we'll try to get the Li Jue out, because, I mean, with an elephant, maybe that'll help. Okay, so now G Militia are appreciably better than a peasant band. Axe band still kind of crummy, and then Saber Militia are good. Cav appear relatively unchanged. Well, no, that's not true. The red get a much bigger bonus versus Cav, and the yellow get a giant bonus versus infantry, so pretty big change all around, actually. Now, going from a G Militia to a Spear Warrior, you're paying 60% more. You get 11 morale, huge AP, good, you know, I mean, yeah, it's definitely worth doing, right, once we get faction support. But, alright, so we're at a safe corner of the map, which is a really good thing about this start, right? Alright, so what are our buildings? Do we get, okay, the Xiao Vietnam Recruitment Hub. Which gives us elephants. Alright. Well, you know, there you go. It gives us elephants. Now, what we need to do is just get our assignments rolling, right? We'll get everybody roll in here, and then we will upgrade this one. The assignment will roll in eventually, and then we'll be able to go to level 2 here, because this coastline is impenetrable, right? They can't ride up here. I don't think there's any looters from the south or anything. So right here is as far up as they can breach you. So we're just going to run up here and have to fight Shi Jie maybe really soon. If I don't know how quickly he comes down here. I don't know. We'll see. The world rises, but you know, we'll see how this works out. Where are we getting that huge replen from? Ah, she's committed. And I'm not sure where the other 5's coming from. Oh, flexibility. Well, no. Does he have it? No. Well, we'll put her in charge of the army for flexibility. Yep, and there's our 15. Well, at least, you know, we can get put back together a little bit here. And then we just want to roll up this way. With this replen, we are feeling very good indeed. Alright, now the roleplay in me says, why would we take Taishi Ci? the person who wants this campaign to not be over right now says, why don't we get Taishi Ci? He goes crazy, ends up here in the south. Oh, he's wounded. He'll be in the pool next turn. It's like, I feel like if we do this faction, normally you should only take whoever, like, comes to you in battle, or, like, if you send spies out, you know, and then people arrive to you that way. Because otherwise, how can you trust anyone? Alright, faction support is wonky there. Yeah, we still... Notice about the expansion beta so far. Anything fun or special? Cool? Oh, yes. So this is a faction with a little bird on her shoulder. He's really a great strategist, Commander Lu here. But I just started this one. But we were playing a horse tribe of the north, the Wuhan tribe, who, you know, they didn't really get their day in the sun at any point in the story line, right? They get subsumed by another neighboring tribe, and they get kicked around a lot. But we're doing them. So they have horde buildings, which are like buildings that are built in with your army that follow you around for effects, which is a thing that's not in this game at all, and they just figured out a way to put into it, which is amazing. But we're playing on like a battle overhaul thing now, and I am like really bad at the game. So we barely won the first battle, like very barely. Yeah, we're just gonna get a couple more G militia, a couple good warriors, and repeating crossbows have pretty huge armor here. You know, I feel like archer militia are totally useless. They can burn down towers though, so we just get like one of them. Seems fine. Because we need to take this city eventually, but we're gonna hope that we just sort of like walk up and then he just like... No matter how bad I am in this game. Yeah, no, I was doing the first battle of the playthrough, and very nearly losing, and just thinking, I have almost 600 hours in this game. I'm playing on normal. What would this be like for someone who had never played it? I mean, it would be impossible. You would bounce off really hard if you tried to do this for your first thing. But this is not, you know, not for the faint of heart and all that. So the overhaul changed all of these wonderful things, and I didn't even remember that there was a battle overhaul that I wasn't getting, because in my head, the new units and everything were the battle overhaul. And then, yeah. Is it snowing down here? I'm sure the sky is just playing a trick on us. We do get a negative 25 from the climate in the winter here, which, I mean, okay. It was like negative 10 up this way, but that's all right. We're gonna be in the city in time for the winter. Nope, that's a lie. It'll be all right. We're almost there. We're not going to be that hurt on supplies. We can... Actually, no. We march to the city to get the supplies because we can get the replenishment easier than we can get supplies at this point. Our supplies are just totally torched. Alright, and I mean, just, it's, he's too good of a pickup to not get. So we're going to say that he went crazy and arrived in the south, did Taishi Ci. Very sad. And then we're going to have his retinue, although he doesn't have fire arrows yet. It'll be fine. I wonder if we ever use them right anyway, right? Drop her. Well, no, we could drop Chupan because he is like non-functional in battle, right? I mean, is it the correct thing to do to never use him? Yes, it must be the correct thing to do to never use him. the faction's supposed to be fun, right? The faction is supposed to be fun. I guess we can keep on trying to use them. Look, if we get a game over super early, we're just going to have to disable the overhaul. I'm not good enough to play with it, and I never will be. But I want to be good enough to play with it, because I love the idea of G Militia not being terrible. I really like the idea of the base level unit in the game not being useless. I think that's fun. And if G Militia are good, then I can play Li Jue. But we get the building thing. Yeah, I guess we just...
有何吩咐?
We drop her, then we get Taishi Ci, which will help us, question mark? I don't actually think we can recruit him right now, though, because I think he costs like 3k. 4,200. Well, we'll get him in a turn or two. And then when we do, we will never make money again. So we're going to need to get him, muster up, and then hopefully take this in the dark. I'm sure it'll just, like, work, right? Alright, what do we need? Reserves? Yeah. I can't help but think we're going like 2 turns too slow here. But I don't know how I can take a level 4 city with my crummy little army. We're just going to have to walk up there, and maybe he won't be home, right? Shijia's territory is big and awkward, and maybe he won't be home. Maybe he'll be doing something else. Sun Jian gets killed. We go here, you know, at least we have good replen, and then we can't get him this turn. We can't get him this turn. Oh, right, because we kept doing the thing. If we do this, we will have just enough to recruit him. This is so sketchy. This is such a... yeah. I mean, it's a good thing I put it on normal, right? Well, maybe our 6 green units will just win the game. But what if they fight against other green units? I don't have anything that kills green units, right? Because our generals are bad. And if I use an elephant, I'm sure I'll just get her killed. And our archers don't work. Yeah, you know, it's a bad situation. It's a bad situation to be in. Okay, trees keep barking things you can't make any sense of. Mark the misspelling of there. It may stem from something, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Leaves you with only one solution: to crown yourself king of the trees. All right, so if we did that, everybody would be very happy. Your new subjects are loyal, stationary, and everywhere. Travel has become philosophical. But we're going to say trust Commander Lu to maintain sanity. Because if you do that, everyone gets happy, but then we can't move. So, you know, we're going to trust in the commander explains slowly the trees do not talk. Good deal. So he's got G infantry, lance cav, and proper archers that are still very bad at archery. I guess that's the rebalancing. Because yeah, these guys shoot basically never. I guess the idea is to balance the armies where you would want to run stuff that would make sense historically, because normally in this game, you know, you just say, oh, I'm going to get some archers, but here that is not a route to victory. Now here, we don't want to move because we have really big mustering here. I mean, yeah, we just gotta wait and look. I've never tried this campaign before. This is turn 6. We'll figure out from Shijia's behavior right here. He might see us. We probably should have went to ambush. We definitely should have went to ambush. Because now he might be trying to come home. But we know, because we just started, that he probably can't have that many reserves. So if we besiege it... we just need to be able to beat their garrison if they sally out, right? We just need that. Okay, and then we get Growing Might for the replen.
天地红黄一片，这是秋季的赐福。
He's got Hail of Arrows, which makes winning, you know, much more theoretically possible. If we come here, we're going to be there in the winter, which feels very bad. Well, they don't have anybody here, right? Yeah, it's just... yeah, it's just a little garrison, so we'll just build... yeah, this will be fine. We'll just build a couple of these. He's got his little half stack, but they don't have much. We'll run up to the walls, we'll knock on the door, and then we'll rush in with our superior forces. It'll probably work. Unless they come home. But if they don't, then it's about to be winter. This is a big commandery. It's an awkward place here. So hopefully it'll work out. And then we can do our recruitment hub here. Although we can't get elephants till we're level 6. So it's not actually worth doing right now. We should just get this granary. Oh yeah, someone needs to be chancellor. Like, can we afford the payment? Yes. Well, all of you are bad at it except Milady Trio, so she gets to get the job. And then the Daochan event is kicking up. Our sanity is maxed, of course, because all you need is an assignment to make it, you know, pretty good. And so, well, you know, one major settlement keeps you good there. Here, the commerce won't get us anywhere. We'll just get there. And she's like, so she is claims to be sharper and wiser than all of her rivals and their horses. She gives negative charge bonus to the cavalry and the entire faction. I don't know how we would take advantage of that. We need to... oh, okay, so I do know how you could take advantage of that. You could do you could adopt her and you do a diplomatic marriage with one of your enemies and you marry her to their heir, and then you mess up their whole cavalry. I actually love that. That's hilarious. And then we have Don Quixote here. He has previously attacked a granary because it looked at him funny. You know, I guess they don't have windmills, so you have to hit one of those. He's mad as well, so obviously we can't use him. Of Cloudy Reconnaissance. He's the head scout, but he's only friends with birds. He has good vision. This is the guy who's a genius in math, but he can't count. Adroit accountant. Love struck. Incompetent and elusive. Yeah, that's right. We need to get him married. He's lonely. We'll work on it. And Shijiao, the headstrong battering ram, who actually, you know, with his... I guess he... Yeah, like, I guess he uses his own head. Yes, that is the joke. What he lacks in tact and common sense, Shijiao makes up for in broken enemy gates and concussions. He does not have special abilities, but he is strong, reckless, and uncomplicated, as you might imagine from such a man. And then she is, you know, a legendary, a folk hero, right? Get her more HP there. Oh, like, why does she have access? They can't be equipped. Oh, because she just has them, you know, because of the culture, probably, that she's marked as having these weapons. Anyway. But, you know that when she jumps off of her elephant, she's got a personal inventory of stuff she can't quite wear, but that doesn't matter. She'll be alright. What we want to do here is more resolve. So now Spear Guard are, yeah, they're not very armored, but they have a gigantic 50 bonus first large. Well, let's see how it goes, right? Because fundamentally, right, all we gotta do is bust down a couple gates and run in. There's more of us than there are of them. And crucially, this is a level 4 city that we didn't have to pay for, which having a level 4 and a level 2 city on turn like 8 or 9 is wonderful. Assuming we can live through the crack, but we definitely can, right? We have super good replenishment in this faction, so if we just get one turn to get back up, I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, the rain has fallen down. This place has so many gates right there, that doesn't seem like a good idea at all. Why not right here? Yes, why not right here? That's right. You can go in the main way, but you shouldn't. You should go in here. Like, do we want another one there to be able to flank around? I don't think so. I think we just take more damage, but maybe we do need to do that, because maybe one blob fight here won't work. We don't have fire arrows, and anyway, it's raining. But we do have the elephant. You know, we've got the elephant in the room. We've got a hail of arrows. Taishi Ci is like one of those preeminently pick-upable dudes. Because he, you know, he starts with the Han and always, always, always gets popped. Yeah, but we're just gonna roll on up. Yeesh. Well, you know, fortunately, they put both of the Bastion artillery on this side. I think, actually, yeah, let's, you know, we'll drop the siege equipment and run off into the trees here. They did their job. Actually, this is smart, right? Yeah, this is great. They're just, we're just going to run off into the trees here, and, well, the Bastion Artillery couldn't have been on this side anyway, but we'll just run in here, eat a whole lot of arrows on the G Militia. But fortunately, you know, we know that they don't have a lot of guys here. We're gonna climb up the wall, and, wall and the wall, and we're gonna climb up the wall. There we go, and there's our protective cover as we approach. These militia only lose 40 units before they get in here, and of course they still have a bunch of their forces over on this side. Hardly what they want. Taishi Ci maxed out on his protective coating, but once we crack the gate, you know, Taishi Ci is going to be able to shoot an elite hail of arrows right down the gut, which has probably been nerfed, but maybe not. Look at me go! We're playing the game. I'm really glad I got the unit overhaul. I can already tell it's going to be the most amazing thing. Knock, knock, knock at the door. Boom, baby. And then Taishi Ci is going to stand in the gate and hit him with this hail of arrows. Nope. Nope. Run away, run away! Yeah, but here we take all of this stuff and then we're gonna... Well, here actually, yeah, we go on foot to fight because they have nothing but green here, so we don't need our horses. You gotta be fearful of that stuff here. And then actually, we will just we will run the mighty elephant in. Does the elephant give terror? I don't think so, which is pretty funny. But I mean, I guess it's strong enough already. Yeah, and then now we're just going nuts with the Lady Trieu, right? Now we see the violence inherent in the system. Beautiful work as we just crush them all. Playing a Metallica album. Ride the Lightning. No, not that one. Kill them all. That's the one. Stomp! Oh, it only does 500 damage. Well, that's very fair. Only. It's still the best elephant in the game, probably. It's just a much more fair elephant than before. That one used to do, you know, 4 times as much damage. Still worth it. Like, y'all take this tower. Why can we not take the tower? But fortunately, this went far better than I expected. And now, you know, this is basically easier than the first fight, although, I mean, you could mess it up. The first fight, I mean, that very nearly ended us, though. Like, it was a shoestring. I thought we might have got army lost. But, you know, that's, of course, because we didn't have the lady there. With the elephant, all things are possible, or at least many, many things that some people consider impossible, or unnatural. All right, so this tower, we can't actually stand on it to take it. Maybe right here would let us do it. So you're impressed with the camera zooming ability? Yeah, you know, what, I remember I was playing Warhammer one time, and rocking out, and then like I zoomed in, you know, to take a look at stuff, and somebody's like, "Wait, this game looks good," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's beautiful." You know, I just, you know, to be able to see what you're doing, you know, you often don't get to see my Lady Trieu like partying in the USA here. Look at her, swiggity swiggity. It's like, oh, you want to run now? You want to run? Oh, not today. Now you want to... Oh, now you want to run. Alright, this tower is not grabbable, which is pretty annoying. And moreover, it has an internal arc. Wow, that's not grabbable. Boom, 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 boom. Because sometimes the towers get, like, part of their arc will be inside of the place, which is the best. Most of the towers don't do that. It'll usually be like a corner one or some odd, right? But I feel like Saber Militia should get a bonus for symmetry, but I guess that's not what they're here for, right? Oh, do they? Oh, they have missile resist now. Nice. Okay, that's cool. Actually, because so the G, the peasant holding a G is like the standard of the era for armies, right? I mean, cavalry happens and it's very important. Archers are relevant, but you know they it's not like a mixed unit thing. Typically, you get your cavalry in this era from auxiliaries from northern tribes, right? The bulk of it. And, you know, that's why the people in the north and such tended to have access to better cavalry. And, you know, then you could just, like, resettle one of the tribes every now and then. And, you know, what could go wrong? But these spear guards are running, and we're just going to keep on running over them here. And I think there's the army loss. Which is great, because this is going to get us exactly where we want to be. Yeah, but these dudes don't want to run. They're like, no, you got to come to me. Get everybody in. Like, wait, why are we not taking over? We are. It just takes a little while. There we go. Yeah, I think the victory point is by the unit count in it. So now you can't just, like, run up a hero or whatever and get it. But there we go, and now we will... I love that melee cavalry have their bonus first infantry now, so now, you know, they've got a defined niche as opposed to just being like the other one. But a beautiful charge there. I mean, technically a charge there. Get these guys around the rear. Okay, yeah, and here, because some of them were in the front, they do a frontal charge, trying to get through. So, you know, let that be a lesson to you. Never use cavalry. I'm so bad with cavalry. They're very good, but I am terrible. But here, because these guys, you know, I thought they were army lost. These dudes don't want to fight at all. I don't think they care at all about what's going on. Yeah, like, everybody else has run. Maybe they don't army loss if they're inside of the victory point or something. Because it's wild, like, because we haven't lost very much here, right? But here we're going to We're going to...
速速前进！
Come on, girl, come on.
我军正在攻占敌军
Alright, she is getting stabbed by a very small amount of G guys and now is frozen in time and space. Here we go. That's what we needed.
你已无路可逃。
Yes, there we go. Our Lady of the Great White Elephant. This is the elephant that we had in the Army of the Invisible Elephant, if you recall those days. But yeah, I'm thinking absolutely massive line of spears is the way to go. Just get the speariest dudes. Because cavalry seems like a trap for me. It's also very expensive. Like, are we ever gonna get twice as much value from the G or cavalry as the G infantry? Theoretically, I don't even think so. I don't know. Maybe cavalry is just a total trap. Here, this peasantry income is, you know, fine-ish. How's this schizophrenia going? Oh, it's great, thank you. We only got a choice to become King of the Trees earlier, and we elected not to. I swapped to the battle overhaul thing, the units and the general overhaul, and very nearly lost the first combat here. But I'm sold on it. I totally believe in it. I love the concept. I think it's the coolest. I like what I've seen of it. I just think, like, okay, time to get rid of all my cavalry because I'm not good enough to use it. But, yeah. Posted in the Discord, but in the wrong format, and I embarrassed myself. I don't think anybody meant it that way, but I was like, why? Why didn't I find the right way to format something? Why didn't I put it in the right forum? Anyway, it's a classic me thing. I'm like, why don't I just, like, not find out how I'm supposed to behave, and then later act stressed out because I didn't behave properly. Alright, here we're actually at a negative food. This isn't great. We can put up with it for, like, one turn, and then we'll take the, the tech for it, right? But no, so we started out, very funnily, we got the Confucian Sage to start out the campaign, right? So we have, on one shoulder, the Sage, and on the other shoulder, Commander Lu, who's pretty sagacious himself. Alright, and then here, we throw him on mustering. Probably should have put her on madness here, but I mean, we're capped on madness anyway. We just need to hold on to this. I think, you know, it's just... Well, even if he shows up right now, we know the city map we're on here, we're fine. So I think, yeah, this is pretty good. This is a great little start, you know. It's turn 8, but we took this city. We built this city on, you know, a box of scraps. Now, this peasantry here will be gigantic eventually. How long is it going to take us to crack Mulu in there, though? I think we break this income building for food in the early stage, and then just try to keep the army, like, right here. It's hard for me to not take him. I don't think Chupan's usable. As fun as it is, having madness. You know, on a personal note, it's not all it's cracked up to be, right? Sure, it seems like it's going to be fun. But then you're running around on the battlefield after a shattered unit while, you know, your archer militia, which are useless, are shooting at G militia for 4 minutes, and your saber infantry that have 4 morale are sitting there, you know, and you're just thinking, am I going to lose on the first battle to this guy's madness? But... man, I was having the most fun with the Wuhan campaign, but I just wanted to check out this and see what was going on there. Because this was one of the ones that I almost played whenever I first got the mod. You know, it just jumped out to me. I'm like, oh, fun. Cool corner of the map. Unique personalities.
团结一心。
Well, here, we don't need to take the tech. We can afford one more turn of the shortage because we already took the reserves. We already took the reserves technology, which counteracts the -5 pretty well. So we'll just wait for that to go up. We'll balance out. Because foraging is, like, okay, but it's hardly amazing, right? And we can just pop up right here for assignments. My favorite thing. And then get her consulting the Commander Lu there for a little bit more madness. And that should get us at maximum madness forever. Whatever that's worth. You know, the last event was to become the king of the trees. I assume some of them will be good. I mean, that one could have been good. What if I didn't want to walk anywhere? What if I wanted to be king of the trees? I mean, what if? That last what if is dumb. I obviously want to be king of the trees. I obviously do. There's some very interesting ones. Ah, fun. Yeah, good deal. Excited. Because I was like, because here, we took Taishi Ci at the beginning, because obviously, you know, he's amazing, and he's a very special boy, and I knew his retinue would be good. I was like, well, you know, that'll be solid. Although, again, these Lance Cav, do we just drop them? I feel like, okay, so my thinking now for this mod is, what are Red Cav for at all? I guess they're for, like, getting a hero. Like, maybe you have one of them to get a hero. Because if Red Cav are good at killing Red Cav and Yellow Cav, but Green just stomps on them, and nothing Blue is good at shooting, I just say we just load up on Green everywhere, right? Because you would only need Cav to, run over the rare purple thing? Yeah, I think we just go full on Green, right? Just a staunch line of spears. Because these guys are very expensive, and they're not good, right? They don't do anything for me. What they are is, like, a solid unit, like, in a abstract sense, and that they're very tall. The sword guards, you know, you get the defensiveness, but again, you know, they don't... What do they kill, right? I mean, I guess they match up okay at green stuff. Well, he does get a bonus with the purple anyway. Maybe later we'll afford cavalry. It definitely feels like they're not worth holding on to in the early game. Not for me anyway, because I'm so bad. I'm just like, how am I going to get value out of that? Because I used to use Red Cav to just run down everything, but now with Green having like a casual 30 bonus versus cavalry, you literally cannot get horses anywhere near these dudes. Because like we saw in the end of that last siege, right? We tried to flank them, but what happened is our Cav just ran into the side of them with like 7 models, and all of them immediately died. So it doesn't feel like we can use them at all for that, which is good. You know, look, micromanaging a unit of cavalry around engaged spears should be dangerous. It's just not what I'm used to. So I just don't think I'm going to be able to get value out of them. We'll try like one in an army, right? And because Yellow Cav, now I totally believe in Yellow Cav. Yellow Cav get your huge bonus versus infantry, so you use them to run down like archers and stuff. After you've convinced their Red Cav to run into all of your green units. Yeah, I feel like that's how it'll go. We just got to unlearn everything that we learned about the other thing. And you might be thinking, I've seen you play, what have you ever learned? That's fair. It's fair. I didn't know you were going to bring up old stuff, though. Well, the good thing is that regardless of how badly we're playing, and it is quite badly, we're doing great. We're doing super great. Because we only played bad, like, on the battle map. And we don't have to do another battle forever, right? Like, I'm pretty sure we could win this campaign without doing another battle on the map. We just stay here, provoke them into attacking the sieges and then night battle them off, right? You know? Hey, speaking of the night, it's a bright night now. Dongzhuo's on fire. And I just love the Nanmen back plate, the yellow sort of parchmenty, bamboo-y look. Not parchment, that's not period. Alright, so the iron horses of the Feathered Emperor. The horses have been shod, barded, and at Commander Lu's insistence, knighted. Each now carries itself with the grim ceremony of a veteran who has seen things. The farrier's bill is astronomical, but you would not dare present it to the horses. Alright, that one's not attached to an effect, but that's what happened. Or if there is an effect, besides the fact that they all have shoes now, which is good. I don't want to discount like how good it is that the horses have shoes now. I'm all for it. Here we go there. We probably need to drop the school. Oh yeah, because we already got the most important thing from the school, which is level 1 tech of the assignments, because then you can go up. We'll drop that, and because we need more food here quite badly so that we can go to tier 4 here and get walls, and then maybe, just maybe, turn the corner. You think that one should have an effect? Okay, word. Yeah, I was like, it seemed like it would, but yeah. I will mark it in the thing. Check if they're broken in the stats now. It does not look as though anything has happened for either side. I looked for like the faction effects or whatever and army effects. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It didn't look like anything was attached to that one. Because the morale is normal. These are normal stats there. Maybe on the next turn it'll roll over on it, but you powered over it. Got it. Alright, I will mark it on the thing so you don't have to remember, and when I write it in, I will format it properly. We will receive payment from Li Jue? Nice. I mean, what I really want is... Oh, right. It wouldn't be in your family. I'm like, oh yeah, Dongzhuo is dead. I want this... I was like... It occurred to me that I should try this every time. I was like, I bet I can get the Blade of Shangyu, which is objectively hilarious to give to Chupan, and I'm a genius. Because I did this in my Liu Chong campaign, right? But we executed Dongzhuo, and then we took this weapon away from him. But I'm like, do we have enough money here? No, we'll have to give him an ancillary of our own. Here, have you considered this pig? And we get the Blade of Shangyu. Glorious day! Alright, so we gotta give this to Taishi Ci because obviously Chupan is just gonna run amok with it. But, you know, good stuff. We get a legendarily great weapon. So, and now it occurs to me that the player is supposed to do this every time. Every time Dongzhuo dies, I think that sword is gonna be there, but maybe not. Maybe if Dongmin takes over, he immediately equips it. But a definitely worthwhile pickup. We're going to force these people to move because we're bad people. Very sad. But, you know what's not sad? Oh, baller. So we'll get military supplies for administrative commandery and movement range, which is very good, of course, in the south. You want both of those things rather a lot. Government support. Alright, and the weapon damage of basically everything for the generals is down. And of their abilities and stuff. But they still have their hit points. I guess the duels would last a lot longer now. You know, let's just be funny and give it to the big guy. He, after all, is running things. Just cause he's a little berserk. And that makes him essentially non-functional. Doesn't mean we have to hold it against them. These are so expensive. I guess having one red cav does feel fine, though. Don't feel like we need these archers at all. But I guess maybe, you know, because they could shoot at enemy red cav, at other archers. They just seem incredibly bad. Because their firing rate is just so low now, but I guess now crossbowman is even lower. But, you know, like, if I had fire arrows, sure, like a unit for fire arrows, but I hesitate to see if a future where we want to run very many archers. 5 shots a minute just isn't enough, right? What are they shooting the unmodified thing, like 8 or 9? Just very weak. Because if we just made those into more green units, right, and then we enveloped them, then it wouldn't matter. Just all green all the time. And just like that, we're accidentally playing high elves without the archers. Only spears. No, I don't like high elves. I'm a wood elf guy. I mean, I don't like hate high elves. I can't like do a bit about it. Elves are fine. I like dwarves better anyway. Saber militia don't really do anything, right? Besides have some shields, but what do we need shields for if all of the shooting is so bad?
秩序井然，则四海可定。
And winter is here once more. We get a military great axe, which is going to be used on no one ever. I mean, she could get a little bit more resolve for it. I doubt the shield breaker will apply to her effects while she's on here, but the stats will at least give her a little bit more hit points on the elephant.
拿起武器。
But here, I mean, like, I guess it's time to move against him on this front, because he's frying other fish that way. He just took this, probably. Who's he fighting?
我可没心情。
Alright, he's fighting Li Gong and Muzhu, who are both right over here. So if we move in and take this farmland, I guess we just get it.
保护江山。
So the climate here is northern, and the climate here is not marked that. So I'll write that on the thing. It's like because in most of the south in the winter you just get -10, but in this Jujin province we were getting -25. That might be intentional. I don't know enough about the world to know if it snows there, but I just think it doesn't. I do know enough about the world to think that it doesn't snow there.
前进。
Because this is, you know, sure, Mulu might show up eventually, but assuming we have anybody at home, we'll be able to stop him from hurting us. It's going to be a little while till we get to second marquee. We could try to actually, I'm like, maybe we... This place is making basically no money. I'm like, maybe we just build the gold buildings, which I never do, you know. go here. You know, maybe that is the way to go. We'll drop that. We get to the second level, and that'll be 20, and that'll... Yeah. Because this building's barely making anything for us anyway. Yeah, I never build the gold buildings for prestige early, which puts me at marquee, you know, very late. But why don't I try to act right for once and do that? Li Jue will sign peace with us. Well, you know. Will you marry your favorite daughter to us? Well, then this won't work. Friendship forming. Well, that's good news. They are teasing each other. They are laughing. It's heartening to see. Suping, the unlucky courtesan. So she gives negative morale to your own army and to the enemy army. Pretty interesting. You know, in the late game, you wouldn't care about the own army penalty, but it would be pretty nice for them. This guy's a defiant Han loyalist. It's like, if we see somebody with like a proper madman's personality, then we can recruit him in, right? But other than that, you know, we got to find people. Got to find people in the honest way. All right, in here, beautiful. We roll in here. I don't know where Li Jue is, but I guess like so, with him not being around, this is a very nice early game, right? How cozy. Taishi Ci gets very tuned up in the auto, but you know, that's what we get. You lose some for winning battles, but as long as you have the assignments counteracting it, I feel like it wouldn't really overcome there. And then they develop into a friendship. Beautiful. Oh, and this was already a level 7, a level 3 rice paddy for 7 food per time, which is wonderful. Solves those issues, right? And then upgrade here. Oh, because that's right. Like, we're over here by the spices and stuff, over here in Nonman Way. Because some people think, I don't want to fight the Nonman forever. Well, yes, but consider, you don't have to fight the Nonman in their own lands. You can fight them over here in your land, where it's cozy. Like, do we want... I'm like, yeah, we want spies. That's... We're role-playing the tech, okay? We want spies here. We're gonna get a web of influence on our neighbors. Eventually. I never use spies. I mean, like, I casually use them occasionally, but I don't, like, really use them. But I always lie and say that I will. I'm like, I'll play Cao Cao and use spies. My only Cao Cao campaign, I was just, like, a super good dude the whole time. Alright, do we take this? I mean, Yeah. If we want to have a war with them later, we just can.
很高兴走下。
He'll probably lose to somebody else before too long anyway. In the mod, if you get your spy facts, you confederate them. Oh, that's right. Yes, I did that a couple of times. Once by accident, I got Chendeng and Chengui like just died, like unironically just died. I did not pop him, and I at least as far as I remember, I didn't. And he had been Chendeng had been our spy for just like a little bit, and then he's like, "Hey, by the way, I'm running this stuff now. Ta-da!" And then in the last campaign in Wujing's, we confederated Tongji that way. Which that would be the ideal, right? You know, you sit here, because I was thinking too for like, you know, we're not, like before with our excellent Wuhan campaign, you know, we're probably not going to try to play this to the absolute conclusion, just, you know, crunch on it, see what we can see, and then, you know, move on to something else as fun as it is. But playing Chupan, like, for real, like, I totally would want to do that, you know, only take, you know, people that you take in battle, or spies that come to you, or, you know, like, the land's there, and you just, like, have this web of you know, like, charming madness that rolls across the land, you know, for justice, and indeed, you know, good health. Alright, we don't need that one there, because it's not going to even click on before, but here we'll get a little bit of it. Need another dude for, here, but so on this front, I severely doubt Shi Jue is going to go overland this way. That's just like, yeah, that takes absolutely ages. So we're just going to go here to annoy him and move up. So there's actually still abandoned farmland over here. Shocking. Because we got 5 prestige for the patty, and then we'll get 4 for the upgrade there, and then I think the 20 on the building will hit us to second marquee, and then of course it's on to administrators and all the good stuff. Do you get visibility along the trade route? I think so. Alright, so a wall of very convinced wood is our thing. Your spearmen have concluded unanimously and without holding a vote that they are a forest. Forests do not rout. Forests do not tire. Forests do apparently march in formation now. The quartermaster stopped asking questions and started billing you for the soil. This one doesn't look like it has an effect attached either. We'll mark that down. We'll look around. All right, so no faction effect there, and no effect on the army that's visible. And the spearmen do not look like trees. Yeah, it looks like that one is a phantom effect as well, if indeed it is supposed to have one attached to it. She's the wife of the family, I think. I always get her late in the campaign. I'm like, oh, who's this pretty lady? She's like 75. She's like, yes, I will serve you the Han. Just right, look over the extreme events. Got it, got it. We'll see. You are a paranoid thug. You'd fit in here just fine. But we don't need you. Here, this is a minor with a small retinue. We're just gonna move. And encamp. And then if they attack us, we'll have an encampment to be in. Because yeah, we found them. Alright, so they don't have any red cav, just as I suspected. You know, it's too expensive, right? You just gotta pay too much for something that's only good against other expensive things. Because what I want red cav for is not to fight cavalry, right? What I used to use red cav for all the time is to charge units, and now yellow cav are better at that. I mean, they lack the armor piercing, but they have the gigantic bonus first infantry that will likely make up for it, especially in the early game. Alright, and crucially, we'll be in our little defensive bubble. They don't appear to have fire arrows. They do not have fire arrows. Is he a commander? No, he's a strategist. He just has the commander ability. Bum 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 bum. So this is gonna, I mean, this is perfect. This is exactly what you want, like, tactically, right? You make them come to you, you've got a little bit of replen going on. They're gonna be very much on the back foot. The computer is always, like, going to march in a situation like this, which is wildly poor as a choice. And then we'll have our cav here, small cav contingent to run around the back and bash them. But the real thing, of course, is that we have good blob fight. Do they have roar? I don't think they have a roar. We'll be able to get them in. We'll have our elephant for force multiplication, and crucially, our very solid towers that they're not going to be able to do anything about. Because that's all you need, right? You just need a little bit of towers. They're going to move in front of the point so that if they move in, they don't, like, get more units on it than we have. Taishi Ci is going to run forward and lay a hail of arrows down, right? You know, it does not do very much damage. Bad hail of arrows from me. They've got 2 more strategists. These are just the, you know, they don't have a wisdom of the river or anything. And speaking of the lack of wisdom, they're charging in right here, which is just fine with me. They don't have any green on this side, so They're like overflanking there. You know, if they want to go to this side, that is, you know, that'll make sense. But they're certainly going to have a bad time here. And what we need is to push all the way back out here onto the crossbows on this front, since our spears are going to demolish their dudes. And that's exactly what happens. And then we'll run her in here. Elegant and graceful is my Lady Trieu. Yeah, love the battle overhaul. Glad I got it on. Sure, it is going to make me relearn everything, and I'm not really a very learned guy in the first place, but I bet it'll be very fulfilling eventually. Boom! Beautiful performance out of old girl. You know, of course, you can't just, like, run down a whole unit of the enemy anymore with your leader, but that'll also make it to where I won't lose either. So it's sort of like a medium point between the busted heroes of the past, right? It's sort of like that. Crucially here, we are just going to run this way and not eat all of these archers. Firearm. There we go. Yeah, because they're just ripping shots at old girl while she's just trying to do her job. But they are much too spread out here. That's never going to work out for them. And I bet the Cav are just going to delete this fool. Because even with his... Adamant Resolve now gives 75%. And, like, even though, I mean, flanked, I don't even think that you get your evasion, all of it, from the flank. So, yeah, we do get in on him. And even though he's got 145 evasion, I'm like, will it wear off in time? We're a little spread out here, which is not ideal. Taishi Ci is desperately trying to kill any of these guys. He, yeah, he is not really getting it done, is he? We're gonna roll the elephant up this way. Oh yeah, speaking of things, we need to get over here. Yeah, you know, he certainly does his thing, right? But we're gonna get on all of them, and we're on them, and unfortunately, they've got support over here now, so we're probably gonna lose this Cav. No, we'll just run away. We'll just run away. Lose the Cav. Taishi Ci, what? What? What on earth hit him? I have no idea what happened to him. He shouldn't have been able to get... He must have ran into something weird. Or, like, got shot. He wasn't even hurt. Did he run over here and I didn't even know it? Nah, no way. What happened to her? How is she at 4,000 hit points? What? Oh my god. Just gets deleted. I guess crossbows, you know, maybe they shot at him. Maybe the crossbow can hit small targets now. That is wild. I guess I'm just not used to that. I'm used to ranged units not being effective at all against single targets. Yikes. Yikes. Alright, well, so, yeah, yellow Cav for that. Heroes don't ever need to do anything again. I guess the heroes are just going to stand back with everybody else and talk. Time to stop treating them like we're Warhammer, right? Well, this war is a failure. You know, I thought we were doing fine, and then all of a sudden, Chupan's the only guy alive because he's the only one with the sense to not go fight people. We might win this and then walk home. We might lose this and then walk home. I don't think they can punish us, exactly speaking, for it, but I don't want to lose. I hate losing. Anyway, we are seeing that I am just very bad. I'm glad I turned it down to normal. Just very bad at this game, though. It's it should be inspiring how bad I am. Run around the flank here. It's wild that the crossbows actually sniped a dude. You never see that in the regular. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, to be fair, you should see that. Why wouldn't a unit of crossbows be able to shoot one guy on a horse? That's exactly what crossbows could do. One guy, you know, if they could shoot 40 guys, why not one? Your repeating crossbows are 70 kills. These guys, 51 armor on them. We got to get some of those, right? They seem very good. Unlike regular archers, these guys actually are getting kills and putting in the damage, right? These archers were fighting the whole time and didn't do anything. The archer militia, I mean, they can do fire arrows. That's the only thing they've got. And they have, oh, the archers have 100% HP instead of 50%. I see, yeah. And here, the crossbow's almost murdering Chupan, but he gets away with it long enough to run up here and then die? Probably. But, you know, here, we're going to flank around this way. And this is actually probably going to be pretty effective, right? Because if you can actually do an infantry flank in this game, it does a massive amount of work. Speaking of a massive amount of work, these crossbows are probably going to kill Chupan. These G-militia, running from those G-militia, we're going to keep them running from them, right? Saber militia make contact there. They run off, and yes. And in fact, this flank, infantry flanking, amazing. We get a full envelop. We get a full envelop, and actually, it's awesome, right? They're all just getting crunched by it. The rare actual infantry tactic in this game. I mean, rare for me. I'm sure other people play properly all the time. Because I've never played the old records mode. I'm sure there you have to, like, pretend to play all the time. Man, talk about blundering the generals, right? Just treated them like they were the old way. So yeah, tons and tons of green. Definitely the way to go. Because crossbows do enough damage to generals, but they don't do enough damage to our troops to worry about. We just ignore the ranged thing completely for our own purposes because they don't do anything except have fire arrows. And snipe generals, so we'll get like one unit of crossbows knowing that they can murder a general. And we'll use a crossbow for that instead of how we used to use red cav for that. And then we'll save a ton of money on our car insurance that way. These archers shot for 11 minutes to get 100 kills. They're never going to shoot that long. And that is so much to pay for an archer that shoots the entire game, right? Because this is as good as it can be for an archer. In a normal battle, I'll never be able to pay enough attention for them not to be harassed. They might have been shooting purple the whole time into shields, but still, it seems like we don't need any archers at all. So, no red. One blue to snipe generals. No, one red to counter red if they get in the back. A little bit of yellow to jump on their blue. which is only to stop them from sniping our generals, and then an absolute Zound of green is what I think we're looking at here. She's the father's favorite. Oh, well, that'll make the satisfaction bad, but it would get us family estate money. Only 20%, though.
一统天下，都放了吧，谅他们不敢造次。若要根治天下，我必须强大起来。
And here, we actually didn't get that tuned up, only on Taishi Ci and the lady, who somehow didn't get a wound, but just ran off. You know, you hate to take away the elephant from her, but she's so bad at being an elephant rider. Like, basically every Vanguard is better at it. Basically every generic champion is better. I mean, eventually she gets to the other side of the tree, right? Which, I mean, well now, maybe now it's better. 20 ward save, because, like, maybe it's rebalanced for this, but... Oh, and Rampart gives a ward save now, yeah. But, yeah, because with the ward save, whatever... range block chance, it's in a different color, or yeah, than the rest. It's in a grayscale there, ignore forest penalties. But still, even with a 20% ward save, I assume just getting 80 armor is better, right? Because she really suffers from her base level armor being 25, which makes her fair, but it also makes taking the elephant away just logical. Because she is bad at being a champion, right? 25 armor is against what a champion stands for. And if you take her off of the elephant, you can use the Hope of Nam Viet here, which makes her quite good at fighting. She loses the armor, which doesn't matter, because the armor doesn't matter, because she doesn't have armor. But she can't use that on the elephant anyway. Anyway, I like her. Anytime I see her in the pool, I'm like, yeah, we can pick her up. But it's so I can steal the elephant and give it to somebody else. My current thing, so, like, giving the elephant to Cao Ren is very good, even though you lose out on his archery and stuff, because he gets stalk automatically and has quite good stats in the missile block. Because the real thing you want is, like, the missile block, and stalk is very good for it, too. I think Bandit Sentinel is probably one of the absolute premium, just generic Bandit Sentinel, because you get stalk on your elephant, and then, you know, decent enough numbers, but some unique Vanguard that gets missile block and or fast running speed is probably at the top, because Vanguards can get mighty knockback out of the tree, and that makes them a much better elephant rider than she'll ever be, because she doesn't get it at all. Now here they're super tuned up. Do we besiege them and just go for it? Or do we run back? If we go for it, what are the chances we lose? Well, not that high. Because all of their guys are beat up just like ours are. And they only have a little shoestring force here. Could we get in with these G Militia and win? With no support, though. You know, it's hard to say. Well, he's in March as well. Yeah, he's in March as well, so this is the best chance we have for it. Oh yeah, it thinks we're gonna win. Looks like this is the settlement where the towers all cover each other pretty well. Like, so what do we do here? Do we just run everybody in and just bum rush it? Well, what's good here, right? Only the purple units, which aren't good, but are good here. Because we don't have any generals to run into them. And Chupan can't be trusted. But, you know, the Blade of Shangyu, maybe that'll help out. They have enough crossbows to snipe anybody. Well, you know, who dares wins and all that. I'm just going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. Alright. If the game says you should win, then you should always win, right? That's the law of Warhammer. Unless it's like, I have one Dwarf Lord and I just beat a 20 stack. Sometimes the auto-resolve in Total War is wonky. But normally, if it's like, you could probably do this, you should definitely be able to do it. Alright, so this is actually a bit of a headache to take, right? Their coverage is pretty extreme. Well, in that case, we're just going to panic and... Alright, so how do we get in? We just charge in, take a huge amount of damage from the towers, just a huge amount. And then hope to be successful? Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? We just lose the game? Yeah. That is the worst that could happen. But it's unlikely to happen. Anyway, even if we lose the whole army, he can't come and take our city. Because it'll be fine.
准备好了。
毛兵听命，举起长矛。
时机已至，注意，鼓起勇气。
准备开战。
And she just needs to hang back, and he can cover the intro.
准备好了，
挺住，杀！
进攻！
为了大义，杀呀！顽强不屈。准备好了，顽强不屈，快点！注意，好准备。
准备开战。
But I think this is very dumb. I think we shouldn't have taken this fight at all. I think we're gonna get into a blob fight and then nothing good will ever happen for us. That doesn't mean it's gonna happen. That's just what I think is gonna happen. Maybe this hail of arrows will be good. You know, it tickles some of them a little bit. Here we get absolutely shredded on the approach. And absolutely shredded on the approach. Taishi Ci is getting shot up, but maybe he'll be fine. You know, all we gotta do is get in anywhere, right? And then be alive slightly longer.
先仓皇逃窜，以情懦夫。
准备好了，
砍翻他们！
Yeah, because once we get in here, then we can just roll in and then flank
机已至，
on this side.
尽情厮杀！杀呀！
Yeah, easy peasy. Sure, all of these fights might lose, but they should go on for long enough for us to support them with the flank, right? Right. So this side doesn't work at all, but that's okay, because it doesn't need to. Chupan's having a party.
做好准备，快快快！
And we're just getting deleted here, but now we just want to
跑起来！
run to the city center on this side and then flank
我
here.
军将士怒火攻心，违抗军令。
快快快，加快脚步！杀！
山间林木，自会护佑我族。
But we're going to be able to hit the a very elite stomp charge. Stomp goes right into the perfect space for it. And Chupan is now taken the center area. Let's get one unit there. Crucially, this whole thing shatters. Oh yeah, also, she died, which made Taishi Ci flip out. Great. Well, you know, she hopefully did what she had to do in order to get us here. And maybe Chupan flipped out because they're friends too, but I think he's just mad because he's crazy. But fortunately, you know, we're going to take the city center, and that's going to be all that she wrote for it, right? Because if they can't get that back, then we'll just win on that.
哈！敌军士兵正在溃逃。
But there we go. Get a break there. Chupan is... Yeesh. Okay, so our guys that were going to the center to support him are now running this way. This is bad. We can't stop chasing the crossbows or they catch us. This is a classic blunder, right? Where you're chasing after a missile unit and then they're leading you somewhere you can't go, but if you turn around, they just kill you, so you just have to keep chasing them, because at least then their time's being spent on it. Maybe you're not supposed to keep chasing them. But here, the geometry go down, and the geometry captain are either going to kill Chupan because he runs right into them because he's a madman, or they'll be fine. Find out which on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. But yes, the G militia do run, and Chupan does run, and we might lose. Might lose. We've got a bunch of infantry, but you can't trust anything in this game. Sometimes it'll all just run away. Like, sometimes you'll think that everything is fine, and then your entire block just runs. Like, right now, it says they have 37 morale. I don't know if this is true, but I feel like it's true that I've played this game and had a unit with 37 morale just turn and run away before. Just say, nah, I'm good. Like, even with the balance of power, fine. I feel like this has happened to me, where they're like, okay, I just don't want to fight anymore. I'm scared, bye. Chupan's about to get himself killed. You know, like I said 20 times, like, you end up using it again. Like I've said like 50 times, I probably shouldn't be playing on the overhaul because I'm so bad. But the first step to being sort of good at something is being really bad at it. And I'm never going to be good at this or anything again in my whole life. But I could be just sort of bad at the things I'm bad at instead of extremely bad. That is possible. Like, very slight, minuscule improvements are totally within the realm of what could happen for me. And these Cav do absolutely nothing against this G infantry captain. Absolutely nothing. I think we're going to lose, actually. It's hard to say, though. It's very hard to say. This G infantry captain is like a brawler. This dude is fighting every single thing we have on the whole map, and hardly is upset about it. But we brought like 400 dudes around. He's still about to win. Alright, he finally breaks off there, and we're finally getting the center. And Chupan is almost certainly dying here. I don't know if he's on a resilience. He might actually die. I think he's not, though. Does the game have a little heart on there? I can never remember. But against all odds, it looks like we're going to turn this Pyrrhic victory into a Pyrrhic victory. I'm like, we could definitely do it. Shows up, gets mauled. I mean, I knew Lady Trio was getting murked because she had nothing, but I don't know why. Because the thing is I just don't know why I'm acting like I don't know he's insane. Because I'm absolutely making a game plan like my dude with the gold sword is going to go where I want him to. And he literally doesn't do that. Not only has he not done, does he not do that, he has never done that. This is not like a I follow instructions type of a dude. And yet, I keep on being like, I'll run in with him and use his abilities to help everyone. Smart. No, Madness would be good if this was the base game battles, right? Because then they just stay engaged the whole time and they're so strong that they win. But here, you know, he died, and I wouldn't have had that happen, probably. We still might lose. It's hard to say. Yeah, we lose to the Axe Band here because we're under the tower. Rough stuff. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose because the general dying is too much for us to bear. Hard knock life. Yep. And they're all gonna flee. Everybody's gonna run away. It's like, 1 minute you think you're not army lossing, and then the next, you know, you, feet of clay. Yep. And there is the ignominious defeat of our forces. No, I mean, probably. It's theoretically feasible that we turn this around. They're out of ammo, and they're out of position. Actually, I think we might win. Because if we take the position, which they're very much out of position here, if we take the position, then they should army loss instead. And talk about a Pyrrhic victory, right? We need to run away because we don't want to fight underneath this tower. Talk about a Pyrrhic victory indeed. Taking the shots at the greens here. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, well, earlier I couldn't take the capture point, but then instead of coming onto it with all of this, which certainly would have been capable, they run away here, and then they should all run away, because of course they lost their commanders as well. There we go. Like a boss. And then we get everybody fighting these saber infantry and turn around here. Be like, aha! You charge me? No, I charge you! Stab, stab, stab. Stab, 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 says everyone. And at least some of those arrows didn't hit our own troops. And for all that I said, these guys are useless, they did get 100 kills. You know, maybe a couple of archers is good. I guess, so for a siege, because you will fight for 10 minutes. On a field battle, because I'm very bad, I can't imagine ever having my archers live long enough to shoot up a brace of arrows. I'm not sure where they're trying to go with this, but we're just going to take our shots at the last guy that isn't running. The archers, of course, are like non-functional on the battlefield, so that they're alive is irrelevant. Like, archie infantry can absolutely deal with them. But we've got the point, so all we have to do is stay on the point. They're out of ammo, so if they want to sit over here and wait around, then I'm gonna allow them to do it. We did it! Hooray! Take a picture, buddies. Oh, right. We should have taken this tower. That tower probably got 1 million kills. I wish the game told you how much value the towers were getting, right? Is it counting down and I just don't see it somewhere? So because it doesn't have walls, it doesn't remove the, it doesn't run out of points. Oh, there you go. I was like, I know it's on there. It's just miners that don't have the number. I just don't know where the numbers are at. But we get it. Hooray! Yes, he's just going to sit there. I mean, to be fair, they were archers. I mean, they are useless in melee. Base game archers do something. These are, well, I mean, technically still archers. But yeah, stands there until he runs away. All of our heroes, dust in the wind. Do any of them actually die? Maybe. Nope, they're fine. He didn't even get injured, and Chupon is, you know, he's fine. Fine, he is who he is. Shijin, this bodyguard is mine now, buddy. If you're not willing to join me... Yeah, you're too loyal. But your brother here is careless and clever. What's he like? He makes everybody happy and everything corrupt. We don't really need this guy. And we didn't really need the bodyguard either, but, you know, it's still nice. Because he, you know, makes the melee infantry and his retinue much better. And if we get, you know, if we just get a couple of things, we can get really funny stuff going on here. We're already pretty funny. I did this with Zhu Hong the other day. Because if we get purple infantry with, like, here, 66% melee evasion, you know, that means the higher tier ones are going to be very nice indeed. We can get them the title. Protector of the Three Realms, yeah. Once we get that, and that'll give him a little bit more, and then you can't get him the Art of War because the book can't be on there. But still, very solid numbers. And then you put him in with a generic commander with the set. Here we go across the bottom for his retinue being cheaper, and the assignment is fine. And yeah, what a... I don't want to say I can't wait till this guy dies so we don't have him anymore, but I can't wait. Can't wait. Man, oh man, is mad ever a non-functional thing to deal with. Of course, he doesn't have to be in the field. You don't have to have your leader in the field. I just generally do. We don't need another madness thing because we've got enough going on right there. Do we just... This place is maybe gonna make money someday. We get second marquee and 2 prestige, which we'll get when this finishes next turn. Hey, yellow building for the win. We want to go to level 5 here, I think, to get the slot. Yeah. And then we'll wall up here. Even with the negative faction support, we still have plenty of replen, and they're, like, all the way on the back foot. We know they're messed up. Oh, and we've got a water clock also. Magnificent. But, so, one of the things I love in a video game is a safe starting position, right? To me, having a safe starting position is the best thing in the land. And here, Agri, why is this not making any money? Oh, building upkeep. Well, you know. Be alright. Go there, and here we don't need the mana. I mean, I guess we could just take the commerce one. Yeah, make a little bit. We don't need the madness thing. You want everybody on assignment all the time because they get, you know, levels from it. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, they'll all level up too much, and then they'll all be unhappy, and then you'll be like, why doesn't anybody love me? You know, as if you haven't done this before. I say you, I clearly mean me. I don't confuse you and me. That would be very rude, given the way that I talk about myself. I would never talk about y'all that way. But hey, we made it through 193. And honestly, especially for having not played with these units before under this thing, because this is awesome. It reminds me of my first time playing SFO Grimhammer, which would have been in like Warhammer 2 when I first played that mod. But it was like, you know, I know the units, I know what everything looks like, but then like, you know, the actual dynamics of gameplay changed so dramatically that I'm like, fine, I guess I'm just gonna learn the whole game over again. But I'm like, it sounds pouty, but actually I'm very excited too, because I'm not gonna be terrible forever. I will eventually be regular bad. Sao Song dies, poor guy, and we get 2-second marquee, huzzah! But we're gonna see if anybody wants to have trade with me. Nobody wants to have trade with me. Well, we haven't met anybody that can trade with me, I guess. It's okay. I want to take this island. Oh, this is part of this commandery. You know, I did not know that. For some reason, I thought it was its own thing. Well, now I definitely got to get it. It's probably expensive to go and grab, but, you know, rewarding. Now, the thing about all of this is we know that the non-men make terrible neighbors. We're going to get Taishi Ci as this admin and then maybe drop him from the army at some point. But we're going to get him as the admin because he's good at it. I don't really think it boosts anything there. But we'll have him, and then, you know, he'll be able to be there with it when we get to level 5 here, and then we can build a commandery, because again, the non-men do not make good neighbors. They don't, they never will. We could give them like a food. With a nice little offering of food, maybe he won't be as bad of a neighbor. Unfortunately, we took the trade agreements thing. So I'm like, I never get trade, and we literally can't get any trade with anybody. So a bit of a wasted effort there, alas. It's like, the thing about Li Jue is, like, he might be sending spies, but he has a terrible time making anyone in his faction happy if they're not in their family. That lady was level 4, which totally seems like she's not a spy, but she could totally also be a spy. Alright, Sping right now, we just want to move up here, because we're not afraid of them. We lose only a little bit of replen. Go here, get the vision, and then we might see where we're going next. Because right now... What? Alright, yeah, we're not going there. Oh, the faction event for the garrison. I'm like, that's a freaking Imperial garrison. We're not going there, alright? We're gonna go there later. Yikes. Glad I saw that. We're gonna get her a better... Oh, we've got more positions in the court. Every one of these people makes people upset for existing. This one at least gets along with the people. Even though they have bad effects, we need to do it so that we can get council spots. Alright, so we can reroll quite a lot of people's bad personality traits. Who did we put into the council? Ching Fu and Zhen Li Jue. Okay, yeah, we'll get one of them. No, we won't actually. Only these people are suitable for rerolling. Alright, then we'll reroll hers because the other guy is part of the crew, and that's more charming. Get the peasantry focus. Hopefully that'll get us something and an ancillary set item. You always want... Alright, so you can get ancillary item, but the ancillary set item could complete one of your sets. Or just be unreputable. And we barely get a benefit from it, but even though you may not make money, it doesn't lose you money. And that gives us the population growth, which will be very nice as we could use some. Oh, we didn't have enough money for all of the choices. Got it. So it spent the money and then didn't do it? I think that's what happened. I think we chose too many things, or... No, it bugged. It bugged and gave us another roll on it. Very interesting. Very interesting. We're not going to use anything there. We have infinite uses. Okay, yeah. Well, we're not going to do that. We're too honorable. But yeah, there you go. I found something. Hooray! It's always nice when my brain dead approach can find a thing. Chiffon becomes artful. Good for her. Making her quite a nice spy. Do we just go here to get satisfaction? Normally I wouldn't even consider this, but it also gives some prestige. Yeah, let's tech a different way, right? To make things make a little more sense here. Now that we've got some spies and now we're feeling more prestigious. We can get a couple 25 out of there because I very often neglect the faction rank. But maybe we'll just lean towards that, build some gold buildings and see if we can get to marquee. Li Jue will sign peace with us and give us 11,000s. So abstractly, right, this is a terrible idea because the land that he has is right here and I'm going to take it and it'll be worth more than that. But in a vacuum, because the thing is too is, well, maybe, I'm like, maybe he won't hate us. No, he'd always hate us. Because that 11 could be worth a bit, but it won't be worth as much as taking these cities is, right? Certainly not. Plus, this commandery is going to be, like, a nice... Yeah, we need Heppu to finish up this commandery anyway. We would only want peace with them once we had pushed them back over there. Summer, which means autumn's around the corner. Oh, the faction council is in fact... Never mind. It's... Like, it says we can still do it? No. It's not accessible in the summer, so at least there's that. Hong De Gong. I kind of want to pick him up. Peng Tong follow him around? Probably not. He probably is accessible via an event to Li Jue, but I confess I don't know at all. I say probably, I don't know at all. If we hit Li Jue here... Oh yeah, this is perfect. We hit him, he's in March, and this army is mega beat up. But, crucially, would be mustering up and becoming fine. If we do that... Well, what's the benefit, right? Can he take an army over here and take the city before we improve it? Maybe if we move. If we hit him, though, we don't get hurt that bad in this fight. Spear Guard, 50 bonus first large. You'll love to see it. Yeah, this is the unit that I need. The Jian Sword Guard Cavalry. This is the unit, right? 40 bonus first infantry. Good stuff. Of course, they will lack the armor piercing, but it's not. They got 15 in the AP. It's not an even split, but it's way better than the Saber Militia are. Great evasion, yeah. You know that's a great cav unit. We got to get some of that. I think getting the hit here is better than not. We won't be able to replenish, though. Okay, so strategically, what do? We can... Right, so right now he's in March, which means he can't recover. We just move for Hepu, right? Yeah, that's the move. We go here. Oh, Lai Gong is chasing him. We go here. He's got other problems, right? We go here, and then we go all the way up the road so that we can get to this one. Then we'll take that and replenish. If he wants to move this way, he'd have to go in March again, and he wouldn't get put back together. I don't think he makes that move. I think he... even if he moves forward here, then we take this land, we move up. This gets a wall probably before he arrives, and we'll probably be able to reinforce it. It's a lot of probablys. I think it's the move, though. I think that's the way to go. And hey, it's about to be harvest, or at least summertime, when the living is easy, catfish are jumping, and the millet is high. So we'll see how that works off. Here, we just want to make peasantry money. Yes. Plus, with Hepu, like, I really want some more trade agreements. Alright, that's exactly what we get out of him. He moves there to... Oh, because he gets the replen here for one turn. Well, that's rough. Yeah, so what we need to do... Yuan Shu declares his intentions. The Lesser Quartz Needle... Okay, faction is vassalized. To whom? By whom?
希望你我交谈之中能看到智慧。
We got a vassal. If it's working. Tributary is... Oh! Okay, well, so it makes somebody on the map a vassal, so Li Jue becomes our vassal.
很荣幸再相见。
And then we could totally annex him. Oh my goodness. So we could totally annex him. He's lost Chang'an, I guess? Is Lubu on the field? No, he would have left in the aftermath. Well, you know, that is interesting. So that's a very cool thing. The Lesser Courts deal, you get a random vassal. That's funny. We're going to not confederate them. We're just going to keep on getting paid by them, I think. As funny as it would be to confed them and swap the whole thing to the north. That's hilarious. I guess you get... So the less factions you know, the higher chance you get of confederating them. Because you start knowing Dongzhuo, because you know the Han, and he's their vassal overlord, and that gives you the vision. Funny stuff.
法令必行，全力奋战。
But there, you know, we fortunately, you know, he's on the back foot now. He could come and take this place. He would get beat up, and then we would hit him afterward. We, however, got him where we want him. We took him from a position where he was replenishing, and we moved here. Probably should have just ambushed. If we would have ambushed, he might have walked right into it. But I really thought he would move back further up here. Still, a little bit of funny time is totally funny when you consider that the Lesser Courts kneel. Yep, we got ourselves a little vassal, which makes us 1,100 a turn as well, which you cannot shake a stick at that. No, you cannot. You can try, but you will run out of the stick. Oh. And I'm like, but actually, if he would have hit the thing and taken it, then I wouldn't have got the replen. He panics, probably goes to march. Is he on the other side of the road there? Does the road go both of the ways there? Anyway, this is not so bad for us. It puts him into a very awkward position. The Han Empire is destroyed. Oh yeah, he goes into march off of the road here, so we can definitely catch him. This is perfect. This is actually just perfect. And the puppet Han Emperor has been captured, Li Jue. I'm like, we're going to be the Imperial Protectorate. We get a good omen, so huge public order everywhere. Gotta love it. Wang Yun is mad, right? Or does he just get mad sometimes? I think that just happened in one playthrough. He developed the mad trait. Okay, I thought he was always mad. But without a ship to jump off of, or a, not a ship, but I mean, like, maybe he comes down here and hangs out, right? You know, you get mad when you're over 75. Ah, that would have been what it was. I see. I'm like, you know, why don't we just, you know, get him here and then, yeah, put him in charge. Boom. We're a place where the old Han comes to celebrate. After all, you know, there's a lot of weird stuff going on recently, well, with Ma Teng taking custody of the Emperor and all. Alright, so here we hit them in the march. This is exactly the move to do. It gets us a little off the road, but I bet we can get back at them in time anyway. Rival reduces melee evasion and ward save now. Interesting. But we're not trying to get Taishi Ci shot up, but he's got, you know, his bow, so we're just going to shoot at the cataphracts with it while we roll across the side, because the cataphracts are just going to get very, very beat up by this. His bow, or actually no, they won't, because the bow's rebalanced and barely does any damage now. Amazing. I'm like, actually, the bow's pretty bad now. It still does some work, right? They get hit with an arrow, and it'll do, like, not enough to kill one. But if they get hit by it 4 times, yeah, bow's definitely much weaker. Taishi Ci gets, you know, some work done there. Taishi Ci is getting focus fired by crossbows, which is very, very bad indeed, but here the envelop is going to be just fine on the cav. Here, here, here. But of course, when we had the very dramatic power in the army, really just need to see more how the units interact, right? You know, you don't want to take an auto when you're learning a game. How are you gonna really learn what it's like, you know, when you're winning? You need to see what it's like that way first before you see what it's like to win a fair fight. Before the next harvest season, get a restart to the game and should update. Okay, cool. You know, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and that's what I think about whenever people do stuff with a computer ever. Because, like, man, I don't know if I've ever told you my personal modding experience, like doing a mod myself, rather than just, you know, installing somebody else's. I did, like, a sub-mod for a Clash of Kings, which was a Game of Thrones themed mod for Warband, Mountain Blade Warband. And, yeah, which was, like, text file editing, principally. It was basically, you know, like, I just made unique troops and rebalanced some things and, you know, changed, you know, some stuff around with, you know, how the combat was and who did what and what caused, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it was just like a notepad file, and I did not know what I was doing at all, and I would just, you know, bash around at it, and I would be like, you know, there's all these numbers with a space, and I'm like, well, I don't know what that indicates for, so I'm just going to change some of them and see if I can figure out which one the armor is and which one the thing is, you know. Or, like, sometimes I would just brick the whole thing because I left 2 spaces in between, like, a variable. You know, there's 40 numbers in, you know, single spaces, and I put a double in there somewhere, and I'm just, like, going through a notepad file to get it, and just, or, you know, 2 spaces instead of 1 space instead of 2, you know, like a full enter happening, like, not, you know, you just leave a little break in there and then, like, the whole thing gets busted. But, that was a lot of fun for me. And then ultimately, because people, like, saw my submod when this would have ages ago, right? This was 13 years ago. And, they were like, you should make a tutorial video. I'm like, but I don't know what I'm doing. But I ultimately did make a tutorial video. I was like, look, if you want to know how I do things like a crazy person, here you go. Which is by far the most seen video I've ever made on YouTube. By like an order of magnitude. But we're going to... Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to keep him alive. Plus he's got spear guard and stuff. Well, I mean... He's a nice guy, but that's not really what we're about. We're about crazy people or people that want to join us. She's got a builder. She is as graceful and lovely as the spring blossoms blowing over the Pearl River. Let's leave her alive. She seems nice.
不杀此等贼人，天理不容。放了他们，团结一心，绝不留情。
And here we steal a march across.
全军前进。
This probably isn't going to work. I was like, we'll do that so that we'll be able to move there. I think his zone of control here was such that we didn't actually get there, but we might be able to get there in one turn. If not, he's hardly going to be too put together by the time he gets there. As he's not replenishing this time, he'll be in there for one turn, and this one's still so beat up. Looks like we are getting it there, and then a little bit softer now. We'll just supervise construction, consult a little bit of madness there. But how I started doing that is pretty funny. Cause sometimes I don't understand exactly what a person means. I often don't like do it on purpose, but like sometimes like maybe somebody's trying to be dismissive and I just take it as sincere, or maybe they're being quite sincere, but most people would think it's dismissive and I just roll with it. But so the developer of the mod, a guy called Kozer, who I admire very much, he was sort of like he rubbed people. He's a little raspy, right? Like a lot of people that loved his mod didn't like his personality because he, I don't want to be like, because he was European or something, and he was very direct, and a lot of people, like they would give him feedback, and he would just be like, I don't care, right? And he made a change where the lances in combat broke, like I don't know if you played Mountain Blade, but you've got individual control of units. And the lances would break on a cavalry charge. And I didn't want him to do that. I mean, is it good for them to do it? Yeah, but I didn't want him to do that because I liked my old lances. And I just post this thing and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Have you considered like putting a toggle on it or whatever so that people that don't like this change would be able to do that? I don't know if that's feasible. And he was just like, look, I'm not going to do that. If you don't like the way the mod is, you can change it. And I was like, huh. If I don't like the way the mod is, I can change it. And then I got to work. And I just started bashing at it. And there was this other thing where like the companions would leave sometimes. And I was like, is there some way to make it to where they won't? And he was like, I don't care. And I'm like, okay. And then, man, if I didn't go through that notepad and just start deleting ones and making them zeros and deleting zeros and making them ones until those companions didn't leave, still have no idea what happened, right? But I made a very useful internet post about it for other people. But yeah, but that was the source of me doing stuff. And then, and he was super cool about it. Like, he didn't take it, well, because I didn't feel like he was, like, dissing me by being like, you should do it yourself. And I, shared my work with him, and he was like, oh, it's cool. And then ultimately, he gave me beta access to one of the patches he was doing, a very high honor, as is this. But pretty funny stuff there. And all from, like, because I guess, like, a lot of people would take that from, as being, rude or whatever. But I didn't, because it made me, when he said you could do it yourself, it made me think, wait, can I actually do it myself, though? Because, yeah, you can, you know, it's just a note, like, I don't know what computer programming is. I'm gonna sound like an idiot. Maybe it's all just typing into a notepad. You know, I learned this much HTML back, you know, when MySpace was around, kind of thing. But maybe it's all just typing numbers into, you know, a notepad or an Excel table. But to me, it was like magic. I'm like, wait, I can just do stuff. And then, you know, I found other stuff that was in the game that barely ever got used, and then I jammed it in. I made my own unique troops. I figured out how to, you know, like, get the tree going so where I could get, you know, like, the farmer peasants and upgrade them into my thing and, like, get a unique name for my kingdom. It was awesome. I had a great time. And then, but yeah, but that's the only modding I ever did. I was very in to Mount and Blade Warband, a Clash of Kings. As many people were, I very much was a fan of the TV show, and all right, here we want to. Oh, we don't have the base peasantry income. Well, we should get. Let's just collect. No, we need military building here. This is the commandery that we need a army to support. See, you think Cohen's really cool and you love to learn. Everyone's advice is just to, yeah, get a computer to do it for you. Yeah, I agree that does not seem like very good advice. But you know, like how to say it. I believe in the value of education abstractly, right? I was in band in school, and I think learning music like in a structured environment is better than learning it by yourself. But some people simply can't stand to have somebody else show them how to play guitar, right? And some people don't need anybody to teach them how to play guitar. But I think most people would. Almost every untrained drummer I know has the same pitfalls, even if they can technically sort of play, you know. I want to learn how to paint. You want to go battle in my painting? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, because I'm brainstorming, like, because I want to do, like a fan fiction thing for my Liu Chong playthrough that I loved so much. I was talking to somebody about it. They're like, oh, you could get AI to write, you know, the script. And I'm like, are you listening to me? First of all, have you met me? Like, my bad poetry is mine, okay? Like, that was my heart that I put out there. The idea that I would get a computer to write badly instead of doing it myself, that is so offensive. Like, you know, like, what do you think this is all for? Like, my vanity is what this is about. My vanity will not be massaged by getting a computer to do something. That doesn't even work. Yes, good advice. No, it's like, and I'm like, man, you, like, someone at work was talking about how they're making music, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, you know, like, what kind of stuff are you doing, you know, like, are you like a singer-songwriter, do you do electronic, are you like a rapper? And they're like, oh, I do, you know, AI electronica beats, and I'm like, I don't, you know, you don't want to be rude to a guy that you barely know. I mean, I do, I desperately do, but I'm such a mean person, right? I do try to not have that come across constantly because I'm in public and this is being recorded, but I'm like a really mean guy. I'm very like harsh. I don't have to explain that to Ellie, but you know, to somebody here who doesn't know me. All right, so what do we want to do here? We want to get, we need food, right? But well, we've got 12 food. Do we need a garrison here? Do looters spawn down here? I think so. Oh, right. Wang Yun is level 5, which means he'll be to level 6 before too long, which means he'll be able to get elephants. But you won't know what it's doing. You won't be able to recognize it specifically. Yeah. That's what. So like I, you know, because you get on Google and you just like Google something and it gives you an AI thing. But sometimes I'm doing something to like refresh my memory, or like because I'm about to get into a discussion on the internet and I want to know the years, right? I want to be like, well, you know, this started in 1347, you know, because I don't remember years. I know 1197, you know, I know 1492. I know 0. That year's not a real year. You know, you can divide anything by that year, and it works in a calculator. We don't need... No, this is fine. Yeah, we could just push more commerce here. Go to level 5. Yeah, more commerce here. No, level 5 first. Then commerce and backup thing. Google is schizophrenic, but you're fine. Yes. So, sometimes I'll be like, which of the forms of this verb is right? Because what I'm about to do is be like, that's not how to spell that. But then I'm like, wait, do the Portuguese spell it that way? By which I mean the British. And then I'm like, boom. And then the AI is like, you spelled the same word twice. And I'm like, no, these are 2 different spellings. And then that's how I know that it's not a variable spelling. Because the computer will say, you did the same thing. And I'm like, really? Really? But, the funniest of things, so, the game Hades, right? Hades had a sequel called Hades 2. In Hades 2, you could, like, plant some plants. It's a roguelike, and then the plants would grow. In Hades 1, there was no mechanic like this. Whenever, I mean, maybe Hades 2 was, like, in early access, but I had not played it yet. I have a very large wheat field. I don't know if y'all are aware, in Minecraft. I one day hope to have the most wheat in the world. It's a very normal thing. So YouTube knows I have wheat, and it knows I was playing Hades. So it gives me an AI video idea, and it's like, how to grow wheat in Hades. Keep in mind, Hades 2 was not out yet, and you couldn't grow wheat in Hades. And it was like, you know what people want to see? Your 2 things, put them together. And then, much to my amusement, when Hades 2 came out, I was actually able to grow wheat in Hades 2. You know, a great time. The Lesser Court Snail. It's so funny getting a surprise vassal. But it'll also, like... YouTube, if you make videos, you already know this. So, like, you get YouTube will, like, just pushes AI on you. It's like, use this to respond to your comment. But, like, first of all, it doesn't take that much work to respond to a comment. And if you're not going to spend the little effort to be like, thanks, then just, like, wait till later to write it. Or don't do it at all, right? But it, like, does not know my style one bit. It does not... Their AI comment responses are not based on me, okay? They use all these emojis. They never use an emoticon. It's always emojis. Your man here does not use emojis. I don't believe in them. I don't like them. I don't like the little smiley face with crying, laughing eyes. I will never do that one. If you click as a response on Discord or whatever, right? But I'm not going to, like, put one into a conversation. I don't use a smartphone, right? I use a flip phone. If you send me an emoji on my phone, it's a little box. It's a black square with a blank center, and that is what I think emojis should be. A series of colons followed by a supine bracket to indicate a smile. So he ran off to C there. Are you in an OFT? If he comes back up here, this garrison beats him probably even in this ragtag state, but I think he went too far away. Is he going to go to Heppu to colonize it? He is rich as rich. That would make actually a lot of sense for him to do. Do we get... Pacifies itself yet? No, not yet. We've only done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe Maybe some of these regions don't count as south of the Yangtze River. Maybe because this region specifically was cold climate, so maybe this one is coded as not being south of it. But when we get another couple, we'll see if we get that one. The military supplies will help a lot for going on the river. Hey, Benny, looks like you're on the wrong side of the river. Now here, rather than going across the center, we're gonna go here. Oh, Shijia's there. Well, you know, I think he loses to this. I think, oh yeah, it's tier 4 right now. Oh yeah, never mind. That's right. Wang Yun's here. Oh, he's a... yeah, we're all right. We got Defenders of the Empire. We got heavy metal, heavy spear guards here, and a cataphract. That's what he's working with. What you got, you know? What you got? Yeah, my man is balling out. Have you ever seen a Han General do that? Have you ever in your life seen a Han General actually have some stuff? Did he work for somebody else along the way? Nah, just rocking out. Just rocking out. All right, so this garrison is good. I never see them recruit anything. They're always too broke, right? Yeah, he's always the leader of the Han Empire every time, right? He's always the figurehead of the Han that's the states, right? The imperial holdings, the passive Han that the Taishi Ci is in. But yeah, but he always is. Because that's what it's labeled. And until Li Jue comes over. Well, no, because there's two different. I'm not trying to lecture you on this. Just I'm like, I shouldn't say this like I'm teaching you. Yeah, so there's the Imperial Protectorate, the Chancellor of State, who's got that, but he's never the Han. And then there's the Han that everybody starts at war with, that is the passive AI that you chew everything up with. But these guys never become the Han. They're just who has them as the vassal there. And Wang Yun, yeah, nobody takes over that till all the Han die, and then they all go into the pool. And then the next one, which is like when a Nanman has low public order and the Han take back over, and then it gets revitalized with somebody random. But yeah, it's always him. Oh, you have an event. Never mind. My fault. I guess that's not what happens. Looks like the Han Empire got wiped. Yes, indeed, they did. I guess I often see Li Jue just winning the Civil War, and then maybe that doesn't, or maybe that has an effect on it, but this guy is outspoken and upright. So we can trust, like, all these people because we know that we haven't met the people they work for. This guy is careless, cunning, and cruel. He would fit in here. We don't have a job for him. You know, we're fine on who we've got right now. We don't need to worry about more generals. It would be nice to have them. But we should raise them the old-fashioned way, you know, through madness and such. Make everybody happier. Still got plenty of food. Just go to tier 5 everywhere. 5's a great tier. Because, you know, you get that extra building, but the food is still quite low as a requirement. You know, 6 is very doable. Because you don't get another slot until 7, where, you know, that's 10 more food for the one slot. But typically you only go there because you can get, like, the 5th tier of most buildings at 7. Okay, yeah, we have no faction support here, but now we can get Warriors of the Pearl, which are the unique unit around here. They're very expensive. What do they have to offer? 2 shots. Resistant to heat, missile resist. Alright, so they cost twice as much as the saber infantry. For moderately more evasion and less armor. 10% faster swing speed. More charge, more morale. I mean, I guess... it's twice as much, though. It's a lot to pay. Because 2 shots with the precursor, and they don't do that much work. I guess if you had fire arrows, they would be good for that, right? If you had, because all you need is a couple of shots to burn down some towers type of thing. The line breakers are... they get some anti-large, and these are the big beater dudes that have huge AP. Oh, and crucially, 0 regular damage, so all the charge goes in there. These guys are actually probably pretty good. These will be the rear line guys that you get to yeah, we need like one of these once we get the faction support. One of those to go and hit the generals. That'll get it done. And a multiple crossbow, how have they been changed? They basically look the same. They're much more expensive. Well, unless you're absolutely desperate, you should just always wait for your faction support to go to green. Unless you're crazy rich. Pan Lin? You think you know a guy. Now, Pan Lin would be a great pickup. Pan Lin has this trait where he gives Night Battle to own army, and then it's also got all this other good stuff on it. I don't know if the ability is the same now. It might be. Because this rebalanced a whole lot of general abilities in a way that I'm still not at all accustomed to. Because they're just like so normal now. You know, they're just so normal now, and I'm used to them being big heroes. And Ma Teng has lost the Emperor, who runs away to Liu Yan, which is, you know, good for Shu, right? He should be able to hold on to the Emperor. Or no, Liu Yan must have taken it, right? Because the Emperor can't run away from low favor until he's grown up. Right? Yeah. Maybe... No? How confusing. I thought the Emperor couldn't run away till he was grown up. But yes, in the north, as we see, Cao Cao has taken Luoyang, moved up here. Yang Feng, who always gets to right here. We expect Yuan Shao to come and take this land in about 4 years. But actually, that's under the old ideas, so... Oh! Yep. Wudu would have been the capital of Ma Teng. He would have moved from Chang'an over here, and then our boys would have rolled up through here. Ma Teng took this pass away from Zhonglu, and then Liu Yan took the opportunity to pierce on up there. Amazing. This is the only time I've ever seen this. I haven't played that much of this game, right? 600 hours, maybe 20 campaigns total, not counting the failures. But I have never, ever seen Liu Yan end up with the Emperor in 195. Pretty cool. Very cool. Love it. Now, I've only played, I guess, 5 complete campaigns under 190 expanded, but these guys are inside of our lands. This is wild that they're here. If we hit them, it moves them off over here. Like, because how does she have the movement to get here? It's from the roads. I'm like, Well, if she attacks it, though, he'll march to
团
reinforce.
结一致，
How do we deal? If we hit her here, she runs away in this direction, solving the problem,
讨平逆贼，
because
匡扶
he
天
can't
下，
get here in time, and now she can't really help either.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆，
Yes, reload the game, yes. Alright, so don't be alarmed, we're just going to quit now and lose all unsafe progress. The mustache will be back soon, but really we're just going to the library. I'm like, and I'm reminded, I'm like, do we have the game version set to auto upgrade on the workshop? Whenever I was getting this, I felt like so embarrassed whenever I was trying to set it up, because I'm downloading the things, I've got it in there, I put the mods in the order, and then they're not changing at all. I'm like, no, I checked it 4 times, but all you have to do is click the button that loads them, making sure that those other ones aren't on. There we go, test build active, and I think it automatically updates through the workshop, right? I think. Good deal. I love this faction, by the way. For all that I'm talking down on Chupan for being, a madman, I admire that. Look, perhaps madness in his case is caused by not being often enough alone. Just too much time. We should see next turn if it did update. Awesome, awesome.
功名日增，乱世东风今已成风暴，主公更当为其开道引路。
This faction's super fun, and the effects are, getting a random vassal early in the game is super good, right? Not least if they're making money, but even just getting 1,000 gold a turn for a while is so, that's all the money we're making on taxation in a tributary, right?
平定天下。
Hey, and we get Nature's Guidance, which, the attrition for military supply sword, it's not that important, but the movement range is nice. And of course, rocking out flexibility and reach gets us to where we need to be, and there we go. We just need to upgrade this. Yes, getting that to level 3 is the principal concern. Getting a better thing here. Taishi Ci being the commander there, the administrator, is not useful for the defense because we're unlikely to want to pull him out of our army, but how do we get someone in there, right? How do we? We could just drop him. The thing is, though, is I really quite like the traits that he has. And he's got our 2 archers. I talk trash about these archers every fight we get in, but I will be condemned if they don't get their value, right?
若我军还能再战，
Sign peace with us for 12k. So here, it's just that yeah, because we're trading with Wuzhu, but if we just get into a fight with them, because this land that we have here is actually a fine little chunk, right? These 3 commanderies, because if we get peace here, it won't last forever, but if we just take all of his stuff, then we'll have it. If we just take all of his stuff, then we'll have it. And they run from us in a very curious way here, right? Oh, because we had them in such a way they didn't think they could get away from us running up to where their land was. So instead they march into a neighbor. Are they still at war with him? No, they pieced out there. And the Emperor, maybe the looters got a duplicate. And it says that now Yuan Shao has them, so we'll see what pans out when the Emperor grows up and how that goes. You see the weird looter thing, like sometimes it seems like the Emperor is going to be duplicated, but alright. The beasts have opinions now. The war beasts have unionized or unionized under Commander Lu's meditation. Their demands: double meat, no drums before noon, and the right to critique battle plans. Their critiques are insultingly correct. Doesn't look like it affected anything. Did I reload properly? I mean, I think it ought to, they're all checked. They're all checked. I would think they would reload. Anyway, I'm not sure. And here, I think getting to fire arrows is more important than getting to quick fire, because him shooting his terrible bow twice as fast is not the thing he thinks it is, right? Gone are the days when I care about this bow. I mean, look at that. It just does, like, some damage. I honestly think now the gold bows are probably all traps, and you want a character that doesn't have them, because I feel like that ancillary slot is worth more than this terrible bow could ever be worth.
心境澄澈，天下庶几可定。
What we want to do now is spin up an army here. Just any army here. Thief? That's a bandit sentinel. You're a spy from Panlin. Well, I mean, honestly, with this retinue, we probably beat both of these. Because generals aren't good anymore. And yeah, they've just got... Yeah, we'll fight them in front of the wall. I don't think we got to worry about them. So we'll just go up this way. And start besieging them. Oh, it's about to be winter, though. But that's fine. It's southern winter. And we only have to be here for a turn anyway. Oh, right. The Imperial Garrison. When does that end? And we get Oathsworn with Taishi Ci. Well, you know, that'll help. Then, whenever Chupan dies, Taishi Ci can do 4 damage. Great. We've already got a couple of madnesses. We just want to do commerce here. No, it's getting commerce. Then we'll just do a madness here then. Decisive defeat. Oh, no, I don't think so. I bet we'll be just fine. Because I've been at this place, and all the towers cover everything. Oh, no, this is the This is the classic fishing village. The towers do not cover everything. They're coming from this side, but the towers will cover enough. They're all over here. They're all over here. Marvelous. Because the thing is our yeah, they've got like crummy little archer militia too, but like they're probably gonna rotate all the way over this way. But if they do, then there's double archer tower. This rotation, fighting right here on the front is a trap. You want to go in this alley. But here we go. He's running on that way. We're just going to have a unit here. And unlike what we're used to, of course, any unit of green things can absolutely kill a strategist. We're not worried about them at all. We're actually not worried about this fight at all. It says that they're overwhelming us. What? They better not be overwhelming us. If you army lost me to this... We need the captain further back because they've got encourage. But they're going to just like start crumbling as they approach. I'm like, no, we don't need to run up there. So we're gonna get shot up a bit, but not like that much. And once they start running here, you know, we might lose, actually. Yep, you know, this blob fight is definitely not going the way I thought it would. Why did I think we would win? Yeah, this is not how I thought it was going to go. Yep, they just totally overwhelm us, and we all lose. Feels bad. I mean, it's fine. Why did I think we were going to win? This is nowhere close to being a win. They were super beat up, and all their troops sucked, but that didn't mean that we could do anything. Man, I'm so bad at this game. I can't even evaluate what's going to happen, let alone behave well. They chase him that way because I'm stupid. Yeah, terrible. Terrible performance indeed. And they're just gonna chase him for like a year. Never gonna get him. And this guy, Li Jue, has... The computer is playing like I'm supposed to play. Just like distracting me terribly. Microing around, wasting all of the time I've ever had. We've spent 2 minutes. We've spent 5 minutes chasing him, and are no closer to getting him than before. And now, of course, we lose the game. We finally catch up with him. our stabs there. Charge into this axe band so we don't get flanked there. Hit her. She's just finally running. 2 hours later. And these militia are now getting shot up decently well. We just need to get this. We might be able to pull this out. I doubt it though. I think oh no, this might be fine. We might catch up to these militia right on time. Leave them in there. You know, they've got evasive strategist and no, evasive commander and strategist, but we're gonna get melted by the crossbows here is what it looks like. But no, there we go. We might be able to get it done. Charge here. They're under the auspices of the tower. There we go. A little bit of focus fire there. These infantry probably aren't going to make contact, but if they do, it'll be good. They've got sword guards coming at us. Yeah, well, maybe we'll be able to make contact. And then if the sword guards follow them, we'll shoot at them as they, no, we shatter there. She's going to charge in here, and we're losing that. Nope, not quite losing it, but 40G infantry, can they make the difference? But it's 25 melee evasion, not 100 anymore, but it does make them unbreakable and gives them the ward save. But looks like we're gonna lose. You know, we fought bravely. Can't believe how bad we did. We should have just fought over here, I think. I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't know where it all fell apart. On paper, I was like, the amount of green we have is going to match up fine, and we'll just shoot them. But that didn't happen at all. Instead, we lost. Terrible, terrible play. The fact that they paid for it is irrelevant because they'll be fine in no time. Anyway, very bad. Very bad indeed. We could have stayed to support it. I just got greedy and, you know, there you go. Terrible. Could have had peace. Could have won. I mean, that would never happen. for all that I really like the battle unit overhaul, I don't.
你把我们惹怒了。
I like the concept of it. I don't know if I should play it though. I don't. Maybe if I turned it down to easy. Because I put it on normal and it's still much too difficult.
心怀荣耀。
But here, we're just taking that auto. I ain't too
作
proud.
乱为祸之徒
I'm not fighting it.
不得其
This
死
one gets 530 kills. How? How? They only have 34 ammo. She's got the old swoop problem, right? The robe of the Omen Maker swaps the direction of it, so you get the overlapping hair thing. A classic. But you know, losing the minor settlement that's not in a position to threaten you and taking the major, it's not bad, right? This is a fine trade to do. It is. It's just very annoying. Training field, the worst thing in the game.
当断则
Maybe mustering turns and all that other stuff is good, but all I see is negative population growth and I delete it. So you should change that to the veteran tier, not imperial. The Imperial Palace crossbow to the veteran tier?
未雨绸缪。
Why not? Why not?
心境澄澈，天下庶几可定。
Why not let everybody have the best crossbow? But unironically. The good news is we're making plenty of money. In spite of the significant challenges that we're facing. And here... Yeah, we need the towers.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
Actually, I'm like 4 here, 4 there.
违令者斩。
Well, by the time it finishes, we'll have more food built. Or we'll tech for the food. Or
团结
something.
一心，
I mean, the alternate is, what, building more food now? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
战争不可
Hey,
避
John
免
just。declared war against us. I didn't even know you knew me, bro. Oh, because Dong means our vassal, so everybody that knows him would know me, and everybody knows... Well, Li Jue, not Dong Min. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm like, yeah, I bet I know everyone in the world now. Yep, that's exactly right. That's how it works. Anybody want to be in a coalition with me? Be fun. Yeah,
咱们
Gangsu-san, what if I
讨
promised
好
to never
要
hurt
条理手
you?
续
You can marry off your beloved daughter down here. I mean, what's not to like, right?
I 有话请
I
讲。
mean, I'm like, what about her? No, she doesn't have any. Doesn't have any.
足下有话，
Buddy available for
但说无
marriage.
妨。
别来无恙。
Hey, you know, Just because he doesn't want to. Like, who's got a great daughter or son?
进来谈谈吧。
Yeah, we know everyone in the world now because of the vassalization thing.
有话请讲。
又是你这厮！
He already married Yalu off. That makes sense.
我们再听。
Alright. I don't guess it matters. We don't need a great wife anyway. We need to adopt a lady into the house, right? Yeah, that's what we'll do. And this guy wants to get married to somebody. He's our son. We allow the marriage. Huo Paiwan, who is a guard, comes with a dog. There you go. You know, that's how you get a person. You know, you get your love struck guy, and then. She's not even marked as being part of a ruling family. Alright, so we adopt her. And then
请坐，来谈谈吧。
like, well, all the best ones are taken.
切谈几句，难题应。
足下有话，但说无妨。
Could marry his heir in, just like in the last campaign.
请坐，有话请讲。
The sons are still taken. Like now that we actually have somebody for the marriage, but is there even a desirable person out here for us?
足下有事相依。
我们有许多话要谈。
Lu Fei, our girl. No, she's not actually that great of a pickup. I just love her. Looks like Zhu Ting got popped. Yeah, oh well. We'll just we'll hold on to that thought. Maybe Lady Wu will have another son. When does Sun Quan grow up? 196?
"心境澄澈，天下庶几可定。出其不意，
Go
攻其
to
不备。
ambush here, just maybe to get them to move the wrong way. We do not need an infrastructure building here. There's zero chance they get through this many defenders of the Empire. These dudes won't let us down. Plus we got walls here. Whole different proposition. What we need to do, though, is build foods to support the other stuff that's going to be... Yeah, because that's going to finish pretty soon, and then... Yeah, you know, maybe we do need to cancel that. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, there's still enough madness going on. Boom, boom, boom.
这是我们的提议。
We will support Yuan Shu's claim to emperorship, but what are you really giving me for it? Yeah, no, it's definitely... Oh, he's rich as rich. That's why we can get so much out of this single turn. I feel like this is less than what he offered to pay me, but it's okay. I'll do it.
你我言语轻快
I
如流。
support you, Yuan Shu. Doesn't even make anybody mad when you do it early. It's only later on, when he's at war with everybody and an enemy of the Han. If they're even going to be enemies of the Han in this timeline. And Xiao declares on Cao Cao in 196, makes sense. Liu Yan takes over for the old man. Or Liu Zhang takes over for the old man. Liu Yan is no longer doing his thing. He could still be alive, I guess. And then we make friends, always good. Take the air here? Yeah, obviously. And we get Dongmin, who was the heir to Li Jue. There we go. And he's got some nice guys to become, you guessed it, the administrator. No, we don't have this yet. We need to. But that's like, you gotta get a nothing first, right? Yeah. Well, what's the alternative? We're 50 away. Oh, we didn't take it. Whoops. Oh no, this is the bonus one. The bonus one. The bug one. I'm like, I thought we did this event. We did, in fact, do this event. Oh. So if we make him the heir, we'll get 50% income from family estates, which is worth 1,500. Yep, Dongmin, welcome to the family. I adopt you, buddy. This is objectively a very funny court. Oh, we gotta wait for him to get in there to be able to get healed up there. But anyway, very fun stuff. Look, when I see a ton of family estates, I leap. That's a good heir. 1,500 is worth a ton. We can get rid of them later if we don't want to love them. What do we want here? Food production, maybe. So all the prestige hits there, and then Mandate of Heaven's not like a tenable plan. I mean, we're sort of going up that way, but it's not like... we might as well do this. That'll give us an admin in a year, and that's not nothing. Can we get there in time? Nope, of course we can't.
行则同进，战则同袍。
Oh, because yeah. Okay, and then his middle thing is called the Greedy Tyrant, which gives it's just like a yellow turban kind of thing. -1 public order everywhere, 5% income everywhere, and -1 corruption everywhere. You know. And he has the ability Coward. So if he's over above 50%, he's got armor and ward save and power, and then if he gets below 50%, then he loses everything. Well, that'd be pretty cool if generals were any good. But I honestly think what I should do with a general is leave them in the woods and never engage. I think I'm learning the wrong lessons from this redoing the mod, but I certainly can't go on living the way that I used to live and just like try to do it. Yes. Yep. Must be old patch then still. Yeah. Try to reload it again. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. So it automatically updates the workshops as long as it's checked, I think. They're all checked. Like that test build was in green, but they're always in green. The latest version, yes. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe if it's green at the end, that means that it's an updated version since the last time you looked. I don't know. I do know that I absolutely loathe the mod manager inherent for the thing on like the Total War launcher, because you can't maximize it, right? You can't maximize it. You can't type move this mod to the 3rd spot, and because you can't maximize it, and you can't drag it up either. You have to drag a mod like 4 spaces, move the bar up, drag the mod 4 spaces. It's like being in Windows 3.1. Like, they should be ashamed of themselves. Like, you want to click on something and then move the bar on the side as if to move the screen. No, no, no. One and then the other. Bum, 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 bum. Because, like, Gong taking this, like, this doesn't, you know, for us, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would he do this to us? But it's because we're his neighbor and he doesn't like us. Kang Soon-san gets popped. You know, we should have done that marriage. Maybe Zhao Yun can come to me, but Kang Soon-san losing his whole faction in 196, that is interesting. You expect him to stick around longer. I almost want to run, like, simulations of the map to see what goes on. I did this all the time in Warband for a Clash of Kings with my changes and without them. I would be like, all right, let's just set it to simulate while we're, you know, hidden and camped over here and run it for, you know, such and such amount of cycles, see what happens on the map, you know, see if anything emerges that's interesting. See if,
稍事休息。
you know, because tweaking as I did with the auto resolves and the movement and the replenishment abilities and stuff, in Warband, I was like, I really need to see what it's going to be like. I don't want to play, you know,
前进。
forever and then get an absolutely garbage setup going where it's like, oh, actually, those units that you made for your custom faction are so busted strong that you literally can't lose anymore, kind of thing. I just wanted him to wear black. Because of Wang Yun, we can skip on the garrison building here for a bit. We'll still have the walls, and you know we've got the spears. I wanted to send somebody to take this, but it seems like we shouldn't do that until we take care of him. But maybe it'd be fine, right? Because the water, he doesn't have a port on this side. So he would be on the, he would have to spend the time to get on the water, a turn here, a turn here. He might be very military supply limited before he shows up. But sometimes factions just get military supplies, so you don't really want to, you know, gamble on that. All right, spies. We've had spies available. Now that we've got these spies available, hey, look, guys, we'll see how it goes. We don't need to confederate them. We're going to take the best of them with me. The rage and madness of Lu Bu. I bet I can make him die against some base level infantry.
定乱安民。
He's already level 6, we'll be able to get him. Well, to be fair, they do still have his weapon being... It's like half as strong as before. Half as strong is still very strong. Maybe they're all half as strong. Yeah, maybe they're all half as strong. Oh, and they do give him a massive bonus for Scav, though. Because when I was playing the other mod, the mod without the overhaul, several times I thought, there's not enough of a bonus versus cavalry and bonus versus infantry on all these units. And then when you ironic said the other day, like, oh, you're not playing with the overhaul, I only remembered then that there was an overhaul beyond what I was doing. And, you know, best case scenario, they come in and hit me again because they think they can do it. And then we'll get shot up again, and it'll be fine. Making plenty of money, and Mulu is somehow not attacked. Oh, that's right, because we were giving him food. Let's offer him another crust of bread. We can only afford one crust of bread, but I think it was worth it.
一次皆大欢喜的交易。
Because as much as nice as it would be to deal with them, to get this one, you're in the dense jungle where you get the miasma and everything, unless that's not a thing anymore, but I think it is. It's just like, you don't really want the non-min lands, you just think you do. If you had all of them so you didn't have to fight inside of them, they would be very lucrative. Because I guess, you know, because I never get spies early. Maybe getting a spy very early is super good because of something like this. You know, a Lu Bu pickup. There's plenty of good generals that have bad personalities, right? When I think of the best generals to pick up, they all have good personalities and they never get mad at their generals. But Lu Bu is, I mean, one of the best to pick up. Oh yeah, we need to look at his abilities. Maybe that's where the nerf happened. Ah, what? Oh. Now I am become Death, the Destroyer of Worlds. Commander Lu has been reading. This is new, and it should have been stopped. He has selected a neighboring court and speaks the words of a scholar from a country that does not exist yet. Yes, now it becomes a splendor of 1,000 shots. A shattered sky. He's asking you to nod. Everyone else in the room is a parrot. They are all nodding. So we become death, and that's going to blow up one of the factions that neighbors us, or ourselves. It says a neighboring faction has been unmade, so I assume this is going to pop somebody, which is... Oh, we can federate them. We unmake them by taking them entirely over. Wow! Okay. There you go. Well, that sort of puts us into a great position. Good stuff. A very good effect indeed. Because now we've got everything here, which is, you know, every bit as good as it looks. We upgrade there. We're going to have the food to cover this before it finishes. Because the river here with defenses on the majors, now this is like end game level stuff, right? You know, we've got when you have a river to defend your side, you can do anything you want to do. Anything at all.
新春已至，我等皆心怀大悦，拿起武器，绝不留情。
It's like, if we hit her, we'll fight outside of the thing. Is that advantageous? I mean, probably. It says we're inferior. It says we'll be defeated. But what do they really have? Just better stuff? So what? Why would that matter? Boom, there's Crash. Old girl's getting a little hot, though. I don't think that's a mod problem. I think that's my computer getting alarmed. Sometimes it just gets super hot at places on the map, though. I think it's something with the fog layer or maybe a tree layer. It's not unique to the... I mean, any old game can get a computer hot. I have a good computer. It doesn't normally get too hot, but every now and then it just, like, thinks super hard. There's this place in the Old World map expansion mod for Warhammer... called Hell Pit, where the Skaven live. I don't know if you're familiar. You probably are. I feel like everybody that plays Total War also plays Total Warhammer. I know that's not true, though. I know there's like a whole historical crowd that very much hates Warhammer's existence. And I get it. I'm a historical guy now. I play wizards in China. They really were doing that, right? Han Jian just flies through the air and shoots fireballs at people. Seen it 1,000 times. Bum, bum, bum. Just gonna shoot here, and this is going to inspire them to either reposition back here. Yeah, this is gonna be terrible. We're gonna run into all of them and then act like I don't know why I lose. It's alright. Look, I gotta remember, I'm testing. We're not playing to take over China. We're learning. Also, that's enough thickness there that it should get us somewhere. Please use the ability. There we go. I'm like, just please on someone. There we go. He gets 10 kills. That's 10 more than I thought we were going to get ever. And then just in time, we get the missile block there and here. Lady Trio coming up this side. You want to duel Taishi Ci? I didn't even know you could do that, bro. You're a strategist. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? We lose, and it would be funny. And crucially, we run right into all of their hidden units in the trees as if I didn't know they would be there. I didn't know they would be there. It was an actual mistake. The sword guards are holding this entire crew back. Well, at least Taishi Ci is definitely going to win this duel, probably. And she's running her down and doing great damage. Yeah, there we go. The elephant still has, like... Still has the real work. Should have saved that roar for a better time. Like, 'cause I didn't even know strategists could duel, right? But I guess he's gonna win. I guess he's gonna win. These sword guards are just fighting forever over here, barely taking any damage, but just fighting. He's got 1 HP. He gets defeated. But on the upside, we get an Oathsworn kick for Lady Trio. And Chupan is Berserk, so he is not useful at all. These sword guards are just fighting. You know, 70% evasion, super good. They can probably fight there for a really long time. Do we lose here? You know, we took the fight. We can just walk away. I would like to win. Yeah, and she's murdering everybody there. Yep, think we lose. Jeez. Yep, and then they fled there, so that's... All of this is now just totally breaking out. Everybody over here is Chupan. I should have brought him out of the... If I ever play this faction again, which I will, the first thing we're doing is getting him out of the field forever, and he's never, ever, ever going into combat again. If we lose this, it is because... I mean, we could have... It's because we took the duel and lost it. But it's also because Chupan can't be controlled. Which right now, it would be very good for him to run around and hit these people, and he can't do any of it. And then here, we lose to a strategist.
我军士卒仓皇逃命，真乃丧家之犬。
Terrible. Like, no, run down the line of them. Aw, man, that could have been good. That's terrible. Yeah, she was in this position. She could have run down the whole line, and then she moves into the front and runs into one single guy who's braced.
你已无路可逃。注意，跑起来！射击敌军，片甲不留，鼓起勇气，在诛灭敌军，射手就绪。
Well, she has 400 hit points left, so we are about to lose. Chupan regained his sanity for a brief moment. Can't wait to see how long that lasts. All the generals have fallen. All the generals have fallen. Anyway, we lose. I'm so bad at this game. I'm so bad at this game. Unbelievable. I thought we should win. I just thought we would run over them and win, but clearly I don't understand anything. Can't believe we lost that duel to a strategist. To a strategist. Like, what?
敌军逃跑了。
逃兵来我身边，提供，鼓起勇气，报，时机已至，放箭，走，加速前进，准备好了，准备开战。
So we shoot at these captains here, and then if we move away from their infantry and can make contact here and here, maybe we won't army loss, maybe.
注意，跑起来，长矛在手，加快速度，杀呀！杀光敌军，赶快赶快！顶住，准备，射击，杀！鼓起勇气。
Because if they flee to this volley,
部队矢石已悉数用尽。
so we're out of ammo now, yeah. Run here. And they shatter. And over here, we're still chasing these militia. Forever, we'll chase them.
实际已知，敌兵出击，完全不屈。
Truly one of the game mechanics of all time is attempting to chase down someone who is exactly as fast as you, while you slowly lose the game to somebody who is slightly faster than you.
赶快，加快脚步，动作快点，快跑！在，打！
But you know, because if we catch these people, all right, they're off now.
老兵注意，加速前进！
We run away here, because if we catch them and them,
准备开战！
might be able to avoid armless, because they're in terrible shape too, right? Their general fled recently. We just lost the duel, but that was a long time ago. I guess we don't even have that on there anymore.
实际已知，住！快快快！
But when these guys, you know, 2 years later, when they get to the edge of the map, you know, they'll really make a difference there.
鼓起勇气，
And here, actually, so we blundered pretty bad, because they have ammo on this archer and this one, and this axe group can definitely just beat us entirely, so we're gonna have to run here. Alright, 2 hours later. 2 hours later. Because all of these guys are wanting to waver, but if we just run away,
我方战士正在溃逃。
they shatter there, feels bad. Like, why can't y'all run anymore? How are they running and you can't run? You know, like... Oh, and then they turned around. Are you joking? Are you joking? I hate everything. For 15 minutes, they've been running after him. Imagine being in this crew. You're just running forever. You're Forrest Gumping it. And then after 15 minutes,
攻势太猛，
you
不得
lose.
不退。
I hate everything. I hate literally everything. There's nothing in this world that I don't hate. That is so fucking obnoxious. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate everything. I don't even care about losing the battle. I care that we chased these guys for 10 years. Useless. Useless.
此战失利是我之罪。此乃天意，平定天下。
Maybe if we get Lu Bu in the faction, we can win a fight.
居安思危，未雨绸缪。
Yeah, I know. Like, what is that? What is that? They ran away from me for 8 minutes, and then when we were kind of getting close to the edge, they just spin around and run away for 8 more. Hate, 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 hate.
保固江山。
Maybe if we get Lu Bu in the army, we can win a fight. But I doubt it.
两败俱伤，我方
I bet I'll still lose everything.
真是贪得无厌。
我军势穷，暂且撤退。不过，此战尚未结束。
It gets us more distance, and then we can bounce out and get the replin in a second. Terrible. So obnoxious. I'm so bad at the game that I just always blunder my cav. I don't know. You know, how long do I have to learn? Jiao-chan. We're just gonna get Lu Bu out of there, and I'm like, Jiao-chan. You're definitely a spy. You're from Chengui. Everybody in Chengui is always a spy. That is what I believe. Even if you look at it and it says is willing to spy for you, they're still a spy. No, you can't see that anymore. Probably a mod change. Because in vanilla, you could look and see if they were willing to spy for you, so you could tell if they were a spy just by glancing at them. Oh yeah, we never made Dongmin the faction leader. Or the heir. That'll be good. There we go. Family estates. Huh. Huh. Alright, so... It looks like he's bugged. One way or another, right? So, Dongmin is supposed to give you 50% when he's heir. And he's giving 20%. So either the number written down there is wrong, or the implementation is off by 30%. Right? Yeah, because 50% should be getting us 1,500, and yeah, and that's just a lower one. Think I need a bit more cavalry in the army. I mean, but I could try. Now that I can afford it. The thing about the cavalry is I never have got good results from them one time in this whole time playing. But maybe I just need more. So we can get the sword guard cavalry now, which are decent. We clearly have enough green guys. Because we're not having a problem with red cavalry at all, so we don't need red cavalry, because that's the only problem they solve. So expensive, though. 350. It's so expensive. This is like what happened to me in Mountain Blade Warband on the Clash of Kings mod 2. Like, the cavalry was, like, twice as expensive as it was in the base game or something, so I just, like, never used it. I'm like, alright, so just don't use knights, and only use your generals for your cavalry. But I can't do that here anymore, because apparently the generals are bad. But the cavalry doesn't seem very good either, but that's because I'm in control. And no army where I'm controlling it is ever going to be good at all. But we'll get him in here, and then he'll have a bunch of really cool cavalry, and then we can proceed to make them terrible. Camp Crushers are... Get bonus first large here? Interesting. I would have thought of these guys as more of a... I mean, they got the greatsword things, which I think of as more of a against infantry sort of thing. But we can try these obscenely expensive Warriors of the Pearl. Let's try to upgrade a little bit of the troops here, and then... Just get regular geometry and then get like a third archer. What do you think about mounted archer stat line wise? You know, they got more HP, but I just... Yeah, I don't really believe in a mounted archer. I try to, but I'm like a really crummy player. So often believing in them doesn't matter. Get him across this way to Filial and then Corrupt. Useless. Yeah, so Taishi Ci, him giving his retinue better stuff is fine, but he is a terrible fighter, and his bow sucks. So I feel like we just throw him into the dustbin of administration here when Lu Bu shows up and never speak his name again. Which means we'll need these archers, since Lu Bu won't have them. Too broke to do anything. It's alright. You know, even with a button that deleted a nearby faction, we're still doing so bad. I mean, maybe we just need another army, though. Like, maybe we need another whole army, and just what you do is never go anywhere alone in this mod. Treat it like you're playing Bretonia or something. You just say, all right, this is my peasant army, or vampires. You know, this is my zombie army. Everywhere I go, my zombie army goes too. Maybe that's what we got to do. Because if I can't win what was essentially a 1v1, they had other armies, but it was a fair fight. And if we can't win that, then, you know, it's back to the whole drawing board. Because you need to be able to win unfair fights in Total War. Straight up losing a fair fight on normal means that you are failing entirely to understand what's going on. Or that you're new, but I'm not new. I'm not new. I'm just bad. If we go over Gaoliangwei, can we, like, get here? Is that, like, a one-turn movement? Yeah, but then we wouldn't be able to intercept there. It's not so important.
那就如此。
The young emperor comes of age. Well, a very happy day to him. We've got our Nanman color in the background for the Imperial Favor screen. Good stuff. Well, you know, many happy returns to Li Jue.
参见大人。
Oh, it's 7K. Well, we'll wait a turn. I don't think they'll come up here at us. And also, that was a wild Gan Ning in here. Downpour's not nerfed? That's pretty funny. That's actually really funny. So Downpour is a one-shot, and it's still a one-shot. They didn't nerf that at all. Gan Ning ends up with Wu Jing. Oh, because we had visibility with Lady Wu, and the trade goes all the way up to
来谈谈
Chibi.
吧。
That's crazy. Tons of, okay, there we go. The family estate just took a little while to click over. It is on, working just fine. Then why do we have slightly boosted family estates earlier? That's curious, isn't it? That's very curious. So it was like 20% was in there somewhere, and then we got the 50% on. So that 20% is still in there somewhere. That's very strange. Where is it coming from? Somebody married to somebody? I mean, I guess maybe he just has bigger family estates, but I feel like I would have noticed that. Huh. You just gotta hit it. Ah, yeah, fair enough. I definitely have seen it not hit me before, like, hit me, but I had the shield up and whatnot. And I've definitely been like, don't get hit by that, and then been immediately hit by that. That's happened too. Well, of course, now Taishi Ci can hang out here and be useful. They're holding the line forever and never being seen again, because he's bad.
团结一致。
7K, and then that'll let us get a lot of cavalry, way more cavalry than I want. Way more cavalry than I want, but you know.
扫清六合。
I guess the game, having handed us a vassal, is fine, because I guess Dongmin will just, like, always stick with us. It's fine. You get this, and speaking of Dongmin, always the good guy. Like, we got one here. Do we put one here? I think, like, this is a less vulnerable place than this one is. Because it takes, like, a billion years to get in here to Bushan. And we'll have something going on. I mean, well, put one here, then we don't have to worry about it, right? Yeah. Oh, right, we can't make Dongming the, we made him the heir. I remember. Well, curses. New pawn gets popped. The Han are gone. Zhu Hao dies. Yuan Shu becomes an enemy of the Han. Very surprising. Very surprising indeed.
法令必行。
请下命令。
We need to give this fool a title that makes him happy. There you go, General-in-Chief. One-eyed, disloyal. One-eyed, that's too bad. He already is low on evasion. Alright, so his abilities, Smoldering Fury, which does make him a lot stronger again, increases the hit chance and gives terror at the top. Does he not give terror? Oh, no, well, Unbreakable. Then I guess that's how he gets the terror. Gives scare 5 different ways. Rage Lubu, which pops their melee evasion down and does a very, very small amount of splash damage. And then, of course, the other stuff we know. Dragon's Gaze is just as efficient as before because it's got the immobilized and the melee evasion and the melee attack rate. So, good stuff there. We'll, we'll see if this Joker can do anything right. Alright, so we've got these cavalry, which, you know, get the charge negate, or maybe those guys just have it, yeah. Oh, they took red hair! Oh, no wonder he got mad at him. Oh, the horses also get better as they get faster, a lot faster, and lose a ton of mass as they improve, I see. Well, then we don't want to give him that one, actually. Why don't we give him the very fast horse? Then he can get himself killed twice as quick. Yeesh. Give him this one.
团结一心。
Bum 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 bum. Oh, charge the gates here. That's right, he's got bravery in the tree because his tree's a little different. It's like, why do they all have charge the gate? I must find out. Pop growth here. Commercials here. The magistrate, because we're trying to get to the top here, and then we'll go build a gold there. And then one there, and we should be able to get to Marquis someday. Yeah, I'm not surprised you want peace now. Like, all these people were acting a fool, you know. They could have just been my friend. Grim day. Liu Chong, the mighty warrior and hero Liu Chong, has been slain by the coward Yuan Shu. It's been said that he employed assassins to kill the prince during the night, and of course Luo Jun is also dead, and at least it happens at the same time in history. I don't know if it always happens here in the mod or the game where, in the game rather, where you get popped there. We can get 10, 20, 30, and that adds up. Wonder what the bad effects are. It's got to be like a coupon challenge run in there, right? Where you have to let your sanity go to 0 the whole time. You just deal with the bird squawking at you and being mad. Wu Jing has been destroyed. Man, we should have grabbed Gan Ning then.
稍事休息。讨平逆贼，匡扶天下。
Yeah, and we'll go in this way. Because now with this garrison, they can't get up there, and I don't think they make it up here either. If they try, we'll, you know, move to intercept. Build for prestige there. We probably crack them down once we get to 150 and get it.
若非两败俱伤，我方才不会赢，真是愚蠢的抉择。
Oh, and crucially, we did make a mistake and they moved towards us. But, you know, What are you gonna do, right? Learn how to play? Not me.
拿起武器，心怀荣耀。绝不
But
畏
maybe
惧。
they'll move back here to reinforce, or maybe they'll attack me.
秩序井
Anyway,
然
this army's got
则
Lu Bu
四
in
海
it,
可
and
定
Lu Bu probably sucks at fighting too. Lu Bu probably is just gonna get shot by like 4 crossbows and die.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
Like, maybe the heroes are just bad because the other units are good, but it feels like they're also bad. Like, in addition to the other units being better than I remember. He's pretty good at being an admin, isn't he? Oh yeah, he's got those bottom line skills. Yeah, let's just give him this one. And he'll be, you know, legitimately terrible at trying to, fight against these fools. But, you know, maybe they won't really show up. Maybe they won't.
一统天下。
And then here, you know, we're in hostile territory in the winter, but still fine on supplies, because, you know, supplies are one of those things where it matters until it doesn't. You know, you got to think about them, and then you get it set up, and you're like, oh, okay. And then maybe if you're, you know, besieging a gate pass, oh, they're going to attack me. All right, so what do we think is going to happen here? We're going to lose again? Yeah. That's what we think is going to happen. But when we retreat away after losing, we might make it into our land to get reinforcing stuff there. But I just imagine that Lu Bu is just going to die and look like an idiot, and that all the cavalry won't work. But maybe it'll be different this time. Anyway, I'm just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back for this battle. Alright. Alright. Who's ready to see me lose again? This time it's Lu Bu. Lu Bu is the worst fighter in the world, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna lose to something dumb here. I'm a very bad player. I don't lose on purpose. I don't think that would be fun. Maybe what I do is indistinguishable from losing on purpose, though. You don't get formations for them. Haven't really noticed that many formations for anybody, of course. And these guys have their precursor ammo, which I honestly don't even know what it's for. Is it to look cool? Do they have javelins? Like, do they have javelins or like axes? I don't know. Anyway, they're a very cool looking unit. I just, you know, I don't think I should be paying for them. It's so expensive. Alright.
勇士在此，做好准备。注意，
被发现，发现备战，
挺住，
注意，挺住，准备好了，在，
准备开战，顽强不屈。
做好准备，跑步，
当心，敌人有援兵相助。
And I imagine at some point they'll show up. I'm not moving from here. Look, if the computer attacks me, I expect them to come to me. And if they don't, then I'll win the draw, and that's all there is to it. Because basically every time that I do something deeply stupid in this game, some of the times that I do something stupid, it's because I get impatient, right? I'll be like, oh, I'll just move all my troops at them, and then I die. If I would have just sat still for 10 more minutes, then it would have been fine. I think they'll show up soon, though. Generally, if the computer attacks you, they'll always give battle eventually. That's just, like, generally how it goes. Sometimes if they think in this game, in Warhammer it would be like, if they think they have better ranged units than yours, they'll just sit there. But in my experience in this game, if they attacked you, they'll always be there. I assume they'll be here soon. If not, maybe Lu Bu's wise leadership will lead us to the first victory over these fools in the field. You know, the key is neutral Jing. You know, there's positive Jing and negative Jing, as is explained in Avatar: The Last Airbender. And by doing nothing, the enemy will come to you. Hey, look at that! Neutral Jing, it works! Two hours later. You know, the thing about Li Jue's army is it always looks awesome, right? The contrasting in there, the flags are very cool. I like the colors, like it's cool. You know, you can tell it's Li Jue from a mile away, and I love that. You know, it's like the flag, distinguishable, the troops, distinguishable, the way the white of the uniform sets off against the horses. It's great stuff. Love the visuals on this faction. Now let's see what's happening.
抓紧！
准备就绪，
Anybody want to duel Lu Bu? I bet Lu Bu, in spite of being terrible at fighting, is still better at fighting than any individual person on their team. But actually, she's got 79 evasion. I bet she would beat him. That'd be funny. Let's see if we can get Lu Bu to lose a duel, right? I mean, because Taishi Ci is terrible. Like, he's no fighter at all. That dude's not famous. Lu Bu's a little famous, though. But it would just do him justice, right, to be entirely nerfed. So the thing here is I think they're going to overwhelm us with superior numbers, and then we just lose. Which, yeah. We could also sit here and get shot for an extended period of time. That seems good. It doesn't. We get a sick charge there into the militia. We're going to get a follow-up here. Pull these cav back. Lu Bu wins that fight. Need to run away here. Charge in here. And now the very shocking amount of archers that they have are swooping in, but we're going to try to just push right up through the middle here. I don't know if we're going to get away with it, because it's so stinking many archers. Yeah, we get shot up there very badly. But if we just get any of them through the center, it'll be enough to, well, not write all of them down, but to send a message anyway. And this whole side is going to collapse. There's nothing to be done for it. Yep, just in over our heads, right? Just in way over our heads. All right. Challenging Lu Bu, I bet he's gonna win. So the strategists can challenge to duels in this mod. Maybe that's intentional. I'm not used to that being the case. But I mean, if they want to, why not, right? It looks like they do have more HP than we're used to, so maybe they are, you know, better at fighting than the past would indicate for us. Hey, Lu Bu's actually winning a fight. Crazy. No, I was just playing. I figured he would win the duel. I just don't think he can do anything on the battlefield that's not win a duel. I don't believe in the generals at all anymore for anything. As far as I'm concerned, they are all dogs, and they cannot do a thing that's right. The only one of them that's worth anything at all is my girl on the elephant. Everyone else is trash. When she dies, it's my fault. When everybody else dies, it's because they're bad.
进攻，骑兵注意，上，做好准备，时机已至，射击敌军，射击。
Ultra messy. And we're in their lands, of course, so we can't follow up. We're going to have to leave anyway. Is that correct? I don't remember where we're at on this turn. Maybe they came out, but why would they have the reinforcements from their city at this place? I don't remember where we're at.
行厮杀，片甲不留，灭敌军，速速前进，射击，准备开战。
So I don't remember what Shiji's unique unit is, but I don't think we've seen a single one of them the entire time on anybody. Maybe they're not very good. They're the territorial whatever, right? All right, we won. I'm like pretty surprised by that.
此部队矢石以悉数用计。
I am pretty surprised by it. These cav got 500 kills. There you go. We just needed mighty knockback on some cavalry. Yeah, in 400 there. Yeah, we just needed mighty knockback on. Okay, so that's how to do it. I understand now. I was playing wrong. The only thing that works is vanguards. Got it. That's all right. It's in the center, so a lot of bad vanguard trees are fine if you can get mighty knockback there. Because mighty knockback on some heavy cav, and then because the stats don't matter. They don't do anything, right? The stats are irrelevant on the red
大势
cav.
已定，
So yellow's just as good as they are for the running people down, probably. Yeah, because even with 260 more charge bonus. Because these guys don't have any bonus first infantry, the veteran saber cavalry against all the mid-quality stuff are just going to hit 100% of the time, and these guys aren't once they're embroiled. So I think probably the yellow cav is just straight better than them. Yeah, for probably every application. You might want one, right? You might want one to fight other red cav, or maybe two. Definitely different from red cav being the standard. Because you don't need them to kill heroes, because heroes are terrible, so you don't have to be afraid of them. Like, anything can deal with the hero. You can just let them hit you for a while. Maybe she'll join us later.
一统天下。
That's right, we were trying to cross in. Well, this actually works out fine, and I think we're finally going to win this war. Man, I'm so bad at this game. But I guess on the upside, with the generals being considerably weaker, that makes a whole lot of minor starts a lot easier, since you don't have to be nearly as afraid of them. But maybe they're still harder because your enemy just makes more armies than you do because they have family estates and they're named Yuan Shao. No, starting next to him is hard for anybody anyway. Here we want to get to the Fire Arrow Night Battle thing, yeah.
一统天下。天命在我，
She's got
谁敢
thrust
不
in her
服？
hair.
"占领此城，乃是谨慎之举，
And we get a little
居安思危，
treasure.
未雨绸缪。
it's not that the heroes are terrible. I don't get it, right? Like, I don't have a way to look at the units and the numbers and the stats that I've looked at so many times and evaluate what they're going to be like at all. Like, I used to think I knew what these stat lines would mean, and I don't know. I guess there's the joy of experimentation or whatever, but it's just very frustrating.
绝不畏惧。
To a person of my persuasion who, you know, thinks, you know, like, all right, I'm finally learning a little bit. I won't have to unlearn all of this. I mean, I don't have to. I can uninstall it anytime I want it. I can just take my ball and go home. I never have to learn anything. But unironically. But we finally deal with them. Because, I mean, like, even on... Because this... We're working under the absolute best of conditions, right? We've acquired Lubu. Who's Lubu? We've acquired Dongmin, who's making us an absolute ton of money every turn. And we got a free vassal that we didn't earn that made us another ton of money. And even with that... And we got, like, everything has been coming up roses, and we're still barely holding it together. And I'm playing on normal. I'm so bad at this game. I mean, I guess it's interesting. It definitely is interesting. It is different than just, like, feeling like you know you'll win a fight when you start. There's nothing like that now. I definitely don't. Definitely don't have any of those feelings. When the strategist beat a sentinel in a duel, you know... Is there an extra trade agreement on this side? Yeah, I mean, that's worth a little bit there. Well, then we're getting to spice where we're going. I think let's just take the population and lean on that for a second. I wish I had pop growth earlier, but I slacked on it.
保护江山。
这是我们的提议。
Doing it again this time would make everybody mad at us, so we're not going to do that. You know, we would do it for you and on your.
如此只得作罢。
I don't think we have a. We need to adopt another male family member so we can try to get character. You know, you got to get those diplo marriages, right? And in the general like rule of China in the South at the time, like it's funny to think, you know, it's like, oh yeah, of course they sent their daughter off to a madman down south, but I mean usually they just got like someone who lived in their house, like a servant, and told them there was their daughter, and it's the North. Like, oh yeah, my daughter, sure, yeah, she's a princess. And we get imperial aid from the Imperial Emperor, and we get Marquis, good stuff. Well, now we know so many people, I feel like we take the trade and just lean into that, right? Why not? One more admin. Yes, we're gonna get more trade agreements. I normally never get these. Ponlin's, he's gonna be the trade master.
那我们开始。 你我已达成共识。
进来谈谈吧。 你的提案不错。
Getting all these trade agreements in, and you know, trading with the faraway Koreans could be very nice indeed. Yes. Oh, awesome! So the Koreans have a lot of unique names and stuff now, or rather titles. You know, Unseen Prince and Lost Sovereign. They might have had some, but they're definitely the names have been changed up too. I wonder if any of the Korean factions are semi-complete. I heard you got a cool tech tree on there. I'm like, oh yeah, Chupon's a male member of the faction who's unmarried, obviously. We can do that, but yeah, let's just get this here. I mean, maybe it would be better to make friends with our neighbor, but well, no, because that's all he has, and I kind of want to steal it from him. Sorry, take it from stealing implies ownership. But it looks like we're going to have a neighbor here before too long anyway. This would be worth, yeah, a big old chunk. These trade agreements are, yeah, more than our taxes are worth. So, you know, maybe there's something to mercantilism, right? We're down here, we've got fine lumber and, but unironically, some fine lumber down here, right? In the old lumber yard. Alright, crucially, he's in March here, which means we do take this even though he's in an awkward spot, because this will be the wrap-up on the faction. Or rather, I thought it was. He's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. And he's totally gonna get away. This is pretty annoying. It'll be fine. Oh, we could probably get peace now, right? Yeah. And then he'll just go somewhere else. Would he go here and colonize it? Possibly. We don't want that. We'll just finish him off. And now we drop all the gold buildings. So we don't need them anymore. Need any of those guys? Oh yeah, we leveled up, so now we can get a Grand Director, and who better for it than Lu Bu? I mean, I could think of a million people that would be better than him there, because it would make everybody want a better job. All of these people are terrible at it. Not a single one of them is good at doing a job. Yeah, all these people got terrible personalities. This one just makes people a little unhappy. That's something. Lower ambush hardly matters. A little bit less recruitment cost. It's not as bad as like lower line of sight or increasing the higher office desire, yeah. And her other ones are fine. This one, at least, there's a trade-off. but like, I know he's on the water. I know he's out there. I'm following him. Huh. Huh. Hi, Seth's from Undertale. Hi. All right, so maybe because this is attached to Dongmin, but this maybe it's attached to Lu Bu, but the strategist Xiaozhu has seen an emperor fall and a tyrant rise. He is a man who recognizes strength, and he sees it in you. He is willing to abandon his current master and join your cause. Of course. Maybe it's because I don't know. I don't know why it's happening, but I'll take it. Yes, we'll need all the talent we can muster. Muster the talent. And he is a blade in the dark, of course, of course. Snipe for his own retinue. Hidden strike. Still, you know, dramatically nerfed. Yeah, you know, whatever the damage is, it's all right. I mean, it's something. The speed is fine, you know, it's good. I guess it's okay. Like, I feel like even a level 10 hero will feel like a level -3 hero. But it's just, you know, when you do the big smash the ground move and everybody around you doesn't die, you know, you're like, wait, you're alive. We're just going to follow him here. And crucially, if he goes here to colonize this, that's going to save us a ton of money on car insurance. Still doing Doom, the Dark Ages on Ultraviolence mode. Nice, nice. That's the one where you do get restarts. Yeah. Alright, so we need another army before too long, but I, like, totally don't believe in any... I don't believe in any units that I have, right? I don't... So here is like the psychological practice of offloading things, right? Like, because what's really happening is I don't know how to play the game anymore, and I'm playing very badly. So instead, I'm calling all of the units bad, as if I'm not the one controlling them. But every unit in the game can't be bad, and yet they seem like they are. We'll give them autonomy, of course we will. We've already got the best part of your faction here. Like, we already got Lu Bu, Dongmin, and Xiaozhu. Like, who do you even have less? Is Lu Ji there? Send her to me. You're already on mission 5. Nice. It's 3 o'clock. I have to go to work tomorrow. I haven't had to go to work for a while. And he stayed on the shoreline. This is pretty annoying, but it's not so bad. Yeah, we'll be able to get it. And then they get a little military alliance there, and Liu Biao is vassalizing some folk. Good for him. They aren't that long, so well, that's okay. You know, it's good to have a little bite-sized chunk, and then we'll go with the charisma. Taishi Ci gets creative. He would have to be creative after losing a fight to this old man. This old man who's level 5 billion. He's level 5. He is 61 years old. And Taishi Ci, this chomp. But it looks like he was in a stance there, so boom, a little broadside later. And this is the kind of naval warfare that absolutely did not take place. where you got 2,000 of your land troops on a boat and then went off of the coast for a while. Bum, 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 bum.
都放了吧，谅他们不敢造次。一统山河，准备进港。
And then here, All right, because we've got the it's neutral. It's a neutral zone.
不如使命，
Then we'll just zoom on up here. No, you can't do it in that setting, but there you go. And then when we get this, you know, having the coastline here, they're not going to be able to steal the march all the way up in here. And that should provide us with a good little chunk of cash here before too long. Speaking of chunks of cash, we've got a bunch of money right now. We just need to wait for things, and then we'll upgrade, like, all of the cities. Can I make a video how to put mods in the game? Well, no, I don't think I'll do that. I use the Steam mod manager. I mean, it's simple as going to the workshop and just clicking a couple of buttons. So I don't have familiarity with any other ways of modding the game. Like, I guess we can make him and then. Admin here. It's got commerce. No, we've already got an admin there. This is more of an industry one. Still giving him a job at all is fine. Yep, there we go. Like, do we have Dongmin yells at Cloud? No, let's get some population here, shall we? Rehabilitate the criminals. That's Dongmin's way. He's like, yeah, you guys are fine. That was up here. No, we'll go to this one, public order. We're not really industry-sided there. And then we can... I mean, Filial and Encroach probably the more relevant one there, although we don't have satisfaction problems at all right now. But I guess we took... Oh, we've got... Imperial favor? Okay, I'm like, what's giving us that high of it? Where am I from? I am from Arkansas. I was born here, and I live here now. Although I, you know, a couple of times in my life did live away. I lived in New York for a short period. That was where I started the channel, actually. Some 12 years ago is when I was living up there. But in Arkansas, of course, everybody talks just like me. Just a little joke. We like to have fun here. And Si Hong gets knocked out by Zhang Jin. Well, that'll be who we are dealing with. Yes, it certainly will.
稍事休息。
$4
你很
grand
能打，
from India. Ah,
可以为
welcome,
我所
welcome.
用，团结一心。
All right, so here. Yeah, it's just, yeah, we just need to. No, we need those. We need to collect taxes. That's what we need. Alright, so we're about to have a war right here. Not because we have to, but because we need to. And because we have to.
做好准备，恢复原样。
But also, this is a highly desirable commandery, right? When you get the trade port and the spice, you get a very large amount of commerce income here. It's not in a terrible spot, you know, it gets you a foothold on the river. And who's he fighting?
真是倍感荣幸。
Dongtana and Feijan. Well, that is alright. Yeah, look at the visibility we get from this trade route, right? We can see everything. It's amazing. Like, here's where this river is. Whatever else is going... It's also, you know, like, sure, it gives you visibility on a lot, so, like, Diplo can get weird, but... it's got its benefits, too. We are making basically no money from these places. Fortunately, the family estate is covering everything. And this kid is violent and brash. Fan Miao. Well... Aurora the Beast gives negative melee evasion now. And Flames does as well. Of course, the power of Flames is way down, and now it's 10 and not 18. Oh, that's like the, that's the version on the Wuhan without the changes. The old Yalu, my girl, that was the one she had. The Total War stop popular in my country? I mean, might be a little bit. It's I rarely run into somebody that's like a gamer and we're like, oh, you know, what do you play? And then they're like, oh, I play Total War. That almost never happens to me, but you know, real-time strategy is a niche. Because here we'll probably even sell the food eventually. Crazy thought, but... like, what do we want here? Just a workshop? Yeah, sure. But no, the Total War I played the most is Warhammer, but I didn't play this one until maybe like a year ago. Maybe it was like a year and a half. Who counts? I think it was like just like a year or so ago, maybe a little more. But so I have a couple more. My brother plays them too. You know, we got the Steam library things, and so and he's got, you know, like Shogun and Rome and Napoleon and Empire, that stuff, which I'm not just interested in this period of history. I actually, like, it's kind of surprising that I don't play Rome, or that I haven't ever played Rome, because I am very much like a Rome guy. I mean, Rome was bad. I just am very interested in it, and it's like culture and history and you know, poetry and stuff. Rome's bad though. Sometimes people are like, I'm a Rome guy, and they think like I think Rome's good, but like I do want to say that Rome's bad. Hot take. Yeah, super hot, you know. 2,000 years later. Nah, the Rome I liked was, you know, the Republic. The Republic was bad too. It just didn't have Caesar. Well, not till the end. Alright, do we take the pop growth thing? Oh no, we could tax. We could totally tax, and that'll pay off some. Build another one there. Get personality better. Stuff and things. If we drop this one, then we can redeploy and... no, it's fine. We're already too far gone, I think. There we go. Then we get an additional build here, so we'll just go. Just want to research when medieval research. Yeah, you know, Medieval 3 has been anxiously awaited for a while. I have personally never played Medieval 2 or Medieval 1. But, you know, plenty of people think that, like, the Knights on Horseback era of Europe is, like, as cool as it gets. But I think there's a lot of places that are cooler than that. Like this one. You know, you don't get personalities like the Three Kingdoms out of Medieval. Some people think you do, and I'm like, no. That guy's no Cao Cao. The only thing the Europeans have going for them in terms of appeal is that I can say some of their names correctly, unlike everyone in this game who I cannot. We're gonna take the pop growth there. So I guess the thing with sanity is that it being highly controllable is good because it is explicitly, you know, a random zany resource. I mean, the parrot is in charge of our faction. Well, sorry, Commander Lu. He only looks like a parrot to the untrained eye. Don't let him hear you, Saul. You say he's a parrot. Call him a parrot. He'll come and get you. Taishi Ci becomes trustworthy. Good. Say this game is popular in China. Yeah, I did see that, like, numbers and stuff, because like I said, I played the Warhammer 1 principally, and I would see this game talked about a few times and be like, oh, I should play that, but in, like, the insincere way, where I never did. But of course, a game that does huge numbers in China may not always make the same cultural impact in America, where I'm from. So I didn't know anybody who played this. Quan will be. I mean, that's actually. So this dude is actually quite a good hero. Yeah, let's hire him. We're getting plenty of Shi family enemy anyway, right? Yeah. So this guy, 15 unit mass and 25% charge bonus for cav. That's real good. For all that I'm super terrible with cavalry, you know, that'll get us some of the way there. And he's level 3, and that's good too. Hey, he's got mighty knockback. All right, this is our guy for the second. This is our guy for the second army. Now, he is an unhappy boy. We're going to need to work on that before too long. Yeah, it doesn't take too long to roll around here, and as this upgrades, we're going to start making, like, very solid money out of this commandery. I feel like this would be, like, a sort of evergreen, have a funny little time and just play the game. Like, if you don't want to get too engrossed, you know, you don't want to get too embroiled, you're just like, you know what, I just want to do my thing and play and see what happens. You know, you roll down here, you get your elephants, you get this little thing, you get a bunch of trade agreements, and you just watch the cash roll in, right? Of course, we're making 3,000 more a turn than we should, you know, but hey, who knows what Commander Lu will bring to you. Get an available assignment from him there. Feels good. All right. And then I guess we just fight this guy, even though he's never done anything wrong to us. You say am I a historian, teacher, or software engineer? No. I I am a cook. I'm a line cook at a steakhouse. Not a chef. There are no chefs at the restaurant I work at. It's like a mid-range restaurant. It's not fine dining or anything. It's a very medium place. What the kids would call mid. But plenty of people think it's fine enough for me to have worked there for some years. But no, whenever I was younger, I thought I would have a job with air conditioning and stuff. But that is not the path that my life took me on. Regrettably. Have you recycled? Thank you. It's very nice of you to say. Chang'an has declared war on us. This dude lives, like, over there. All the way over there. What's he doing? He's just talking trash. In a couple of years, he's going to come and offer to give me $1,000 to put this whole thing behind us, and I'll take it. I'll take his money. I ain't too proud. But I'm not forgiving him. He suffers... So he's got this problem, right? Where he's not Zheng Xiong. So, like, why would I play him? Han Empire, faction succession there. Oh, we get... Commander Lu's collected writings on infantry tractors transcribed onto a single banner. Run at them until they stop. That one looks like it's one that's on, but that's a known issue, I think. Favorites Lu Bu and Cao Cao. Yeah, you know, they are fun. My favorite guy in this setting is Guan Yu. I love him. Since I was a kid. Always like that. So I like Shu Han, you know, like I like the brothers. And like those are my boys. That was the first campaign I played in the game, right? Was them. In Wei, my favorite guy is Zhu Chu. I actually really love him. I wrote a poem with his name as the title and him as the subject, you know, many years ago. But yeah, that's my boy. More money here, and yeah, all of these are worth so much. We still got enough room on the public order there. Say Sega just abandoned this game, it hurts. Yeah, you know, it does hurt that they did it, but fortunately, with, you know, the hard work of modders and stuff, I mean, this mod is better than the game should be. You know, like, this is better than vanilla was ever gonna be. Is what I mean. I'm like, no, we'll just run up on it. Yeah, let's just roll up, you know. We outside right now. I'm not afraid of this dude. I got Lu Bu. Sure, he's not good at fighting, because nobody is, but he's better than they are. Using Chico for money? No, no, not at all. Nope. I mean, we've got some fun faction effects that led to a lot. So our family estates are at 5.1 rather than 3 because we adopted Dongmin as our heir. We got him through a funny faction event because through our faction event we actually got him as a vassal, which is hysterical. But one thing led to another, and now he's in our faction. And that got us... So we have 900 from tributaries there, and then we made another couple of thousand. Yeah, 2,000 every turn from him. It's supposed to be 1,500, something's going on there. But,
违令者斩。
Boom, boom, boom. But no, there's I've never like console edited in a thing for this. There's been a couple of runs where you could have been forgiven for thinking that I had a cheat code on. On my Zhengzheng bandit campaign, very early we got Yuan Shu to pay us tribute, and he kept paying us the whole game. We were doing that while we were migrating, so we made a bunch of money. We made so much money that we were eventually getting like 250,000 per turn or something. We were just force building. We would take over a place and force build like 6 buildings up, just spend like 300,000 in a turn. We lived outside of the value of money on that campaign, but we didn't cheat for it, you know. We just found a way to make it work. A water clock there. Fan Miao grows up. The alliance of Ma Teng declares war against Yuan Shao. You know, you would have thought everybody liked him. An elite horse. Wait. That's gold armor. Yes, the master's attire. Now, she is a spy. She's a spy with poison volley, but I bet poison volley isn't very good anymore. It's okay. It is worth grabbing onto a spy for a second to take all their cool stuff and then fire them.
当断则断。 砥砺内心。
Yeah, imagine how surprised he is. And this is this map. We don't need practice on this map.
大势已定。欲成大业，必先有立足之地。
And if we're using the elephant, we don't need that ability at all. Going across the bottom is good, because when we get to that, then she'll actually kick up a little bit. And she's actually good. She's not like everybody else in this game. She's actually a baller. Lulu gets to rank 7. Which, I'm like, alright, so are the dragons pretty... Alright, the yellow dragons got buffed there. Pearl dragons have the anti-large. Oh, Azure dragons, yeah, there you go. Here's the great unit, right? They have 30 ammo. They have 30, so these guys are as good of archers as archers are. Oh, and elephants. Oh, our faction just has elephant recruitment. Got it.
居安思危，未雨绸缪。
That's right, and he's level 6, because we can't just get him here. Yeah, so... no, I'm not married. Alright. Onyx dragons have 70 melee evasion, so even if they get on top of you with something, these guys are going to be able to just walk away. Oh, the Jade Dragons get 50 bonus first large, I see. Pretty gigantic there. Yeah, Azure Dragons do seem like they are dramatically better than most of the choices. Because it seems like Azure Dragons are basically the same as Onyx Dragons, only they can fight. And they're better armored. 31 ammo? Can that be intentional? It can't be. That can't be intentional. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe they want this unit to... Because that's just... It's too much ammo, right? They have the fire rate of an Onyx Dragon. I don't know. Seems like it's better than any unit has a right to be. Sure, you don't get them till level 7, but...
一统天下。
We got our commerce going here. Here, 'cause we've got plenty of food. We do have somebody who can spin up somewhat of an army. I mean, really, it's just about being able to defend yourself, right? Here, we can afford one more tax building, so I'm the tax man. Whoa, I'm the tax man. Good night, Roman. Roman. I don't know how to say the name right. Roman. Sorry. I would say it right if I could. Good night, man. It's good to see you, and hope you sleep well, and maybe I'll see you one of these other days. You'll grant Li Jue their independence, but all he wants to give me is barely anything. I don't want to do that. I think you should keep paying me, Li Jue. Doesn't want to work for me anymore. It's hurtful is what it is. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, it's definitely more important to be superstitious. Oh, a lot of the cav is less fast, which I definitely did not notice. We'll give him the brown elite horse. It's not a red elite horse, but you know, it'll have to do. I wonder how fast red hair is. And then now he'll be over there, and we'll just roll up this way. And somehow we're making 30 grand. It's so many grands. But, you know, getting given this land, because there was a faction event where this faction just died, and you know, it wasn't a confederation, they just fell off the face of the earth, and then I inherited all of their stuff, which is objectively very fun. I'm like, have you any daughters that don't hate us? This one's haughty and proud. All your daughters hate us, man. You know, why don't you want good things for them? Is that? You know, I thought this was Zhang Yang from like all the way up here. I was like, did that man get on the water? And Kong Zhou is still alive. It's just crazy. You always see somebody else roll him up at this point. Usually gets confederated by Yun Shui. Pan then gets gone. Oh. Oh, this is like a Lu Bu thing, maybe? Yeah, well... We're gonna follow the story. Like, I'm not sure why that... I'm like, I should know that one, but, like, I don't know what's going on there. Bum, bum, bum. I think he's level 1. He's the most important one to get moving. Yeah, but between the trade and the Fade the Estates kick, like, that's everything, and then the taxes are just a little bit on top. But here, I don't even know, like, where this guy lives, but because he's, like, all through the Nomad Mountains there. Maybe he starts over here, and then he gets a major over the way. But he usually does well for himself, but, you know, he's, like, over on the side of Wu there, so we're just gonna take his stuff, get the spice market, which is worth a bunch. Yeah, the spice income and all that, and then we can get the spice trading port here, which is pretty good too. Bum 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 bum. Like, we go here. I'm like, you know, the trade tree just seems pretty appealing to me now. Yeah, Liu Biao, my man.
妙啊！这很合理。
I'm so popular. But this commandery is going to be rich as rich. You know, it's already making $2 grand with barely any people in it. You know, without an admin that's... I mean, he's kind of good at it. Do that and then give him the builder, and that's the builder set for an extra builder time. Whoops, well we canceled that one, but the two turns off worked. You know, it's fine. At least we did it, right? And it's spring now. Make her personality better. Improve things. A trade deal with... No, we'll take that. Like, we could get one with somebody else. It's fine. We'll give them bonus experience. Yep. Yes, everyone's favorite trade deal thing. Kongrong. Did I just have like a gold sword there? Maybe. Maybe the set item that we made was sword and shield? No, I think we just got sword and shield somehow, and then... Yeah, because I don't think that's part of a set. Yeah, this one is. Let me get this law enforcer thing. Oh, that was that completes his set, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go, and gives us more public order. Good deal. See, everybody's so happy, and boom, the other trade agreement coming in. Oh no, that was the focus. The focus, moving it over there.
老友来访，甚是欣慰。
There we go, and then we'll get old boy here. Take your heir away.
我方同意了。
Welcome to the family, Sun Quan. And he gets the family estates if he's the leader, and then the movement range and the diplo from, you know, a good generic thing. Stone bulwark, unyielding earth, and then his special one gives him berserk for the second part of it, but he gets stronger. You know, maybe it's good. A pretty hilarious set of pickups for being in this part of the world, right? But it's been a very funny campaign all around. I'm like, well, if you don't want peace, I'll just roll up on in here. But now, of course, we're neighboring the Nonman, because, like, there might be a school of thought for not getting this place, right? For just saying, don't get the spice market. That's going to cause you problems, but I bet it'll be fine, you know. We'll have a crummy little garrison here, and then who knows what happens next. Invited into the coalition of the Yangtze. Yeah, of course. I would love to be in that.
行了，
We're in a club with Tongji and Zhuge Jun now. I always wanted to be invited somewhere. And we have a whole lot of agreements and get the Master of Writing. Oh, Karen. So this is like a great pickup. She's a bit of a funny character, right? She's a Karen. Great pickup. I mean, she gives us replens, so maybe we don't want her. I was like, it's the other one. It's Sheng Xian's wife. That's the real good one.
老友来访，甚是欣慰。你我所见略同。
But you know, since we are married into the Wu family now, there's no reason to not.
如此甚善。
Have a little bit of friendliness there. All right, well. Wonderful stuff. I'm going to take a break, have some pizza. We may not come back to this campaign ever, for all I know. You know, I feel like we tested out a lot of the stuff. We've certainly saw what it feels like to play with the battle changes on, although that's not what I'm testing here. Geez, getting beat like a drum up in here. But a very funny time, right? You know, getting Lu Bu and Xia Zhu, getting Wang Yun and Taishi Ci and Dongmin, you know, this is and Sun Quan, this is a hilarious court here in the south. It's very funny indeed. And you know, if we wanted to pursue this to become the king of all China, the emperor, we absolutely could. But that'll do it for right now. When we come back to Three Kingdoms, we'll probably pick a different faction and try to test them out a little bit. But we might come back to this. You know, 10 years is long enough to see a lot of the things that happen here. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. I'll be back around later on tonight, and maybe I'll see you guys then. See ya.